2023 Lower Saucon Township.
Speak up, we can't hear you.
I will call to order the March 22, 2023 Lower Saucon Township Council meeting. Mark, please hold the roll.
Mr. Manonis?
I'm here.
Mr. Carochi? Here. Ms. DeLeon?
Here.
Mr. Engels?
Here.
Ms. Yerger?
Here.
All right, please stand for the flag.
To the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Minute that moment of silence.
Acquisition and litigation. I'll direct your attention to the public comment procedures, copies of which were provided outside of the council table.
From the executive session, we would need a motion to authorize the township staff to obtain a second appraisal for property number 2023-01, provided the property owner is in agreement with our condition.
All right, I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Manonis?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi? Yes. Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Engels?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, again, as I was saying, the public comment procedure is available. Written copies are provided on the tables outside of the council meeting room. For the convenience of the parties who may not have copies of those, I'd like to remind you of the terms. I'm going to read those to you now. Back in earlier this year, Resolution 31-2023 is a resolution of Council of Lower Saucon Township adopting agenda policy and code of conduct for township meetings. And within that resolution is the public comment and participation terms. And I'll read those to you so they'll be perfectly clear to the public who's here tonight. Public participation, including public comment relating to agenda items, shall occur at the beginning of the meeting and shall be listed on the agenda as a public comment agenda items, residents and taxpayers only. Public participation, including public comment, will not be allowed after the commencement of council business meeting and or during any other agenda item. Public participation, including public comment, shall be within the discretion and under the discretion, under the direction and control of the council president or acting council president. Public comment shall be made only by Lower Saucon Township residents and taxpayers. Persons wishing to make comments to council must put their names on a sign-in sheet to be used by the council president to allocate the available time among those wishing to speak. Residents and or taxpayers of Lower Saucon Township shall announce their name prior to addressing Township Council. Public comment may be made only by a resident or taxpayer who has been recognized by the council president. Comments about items on the agenda will be limited to no more than 3 minutes per person. The council president or acting council president shall, in his or her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period by no more than 2 minutes upon request from the individual. Thereafter, additional time may be allowed only upon motion approved by a majority of council. Organized groups of people attending the meeting to present a common position or idea to the council shall designate no more than 2 of the members to speak for the group. No speaker will be allowed to surrender his or her time to any other person or to call upon other persons for comment. No resident or taxpayer shall obstruct in any way the entrances or exits to the township council meeting room. The resident or taxpayer shall address township council from the lectern situated in the center of the township council meeting room, unless the resident or taxpayer is physically unable to do so. All public comment will be addressed to the township council. Nothing herein shall require any council member to answer questions or engage in debate. Members of the audience may not address other members of the audience or argue, speak, or yell back and forth at each other. To facilitate the business of the township and to maintain order, there shall be no foul or vulgar language used or gestures made during the meeting. Comments should be substantive and not include any defamatory comment and or personal attacks on the integrity of others, whether or not present. Letters shall not be read during the public comment unless such letter can be read within the allotted 3-minute time limit for individual public comment. No extension shall be granted for residents or taxpayers reading the letter during public comment. Any letter cited or read may be submitted to the township manager. Copies of any documents being reviewed or discussed during public comment shall be made available to council. At all times, each attendee at the council meeting shall respect the point of view of others. No comment disagreeing with another's point of view shall involve a personal attack on the character of others with a different viewpoint. Any conduct disruptive of the township council meeting and interfering with the business of the township such as talking when not recognized by the council president or acting council president, talking beyond the allotted time, and/or the use of cell phones shall not be tolerated. Council president or acting council president will rule out of order any speaker or comment which is defamatory, contentious, scandalous, impertinent, redundant, or disruptive to the proceedings of the meeting. If the conduct and order of the Township Council meeting is no longer maintained, the council president or acting council president may recess the meeting to restore order so the business of the township may be conducted when the meeting resumes. Public comment shall not contain personal attacks of any nature directed toward or against any council person, employees of Lower Saucon Township, members of the audience, or any other persons. The period of public comment shall be placed at the end of each agenda item for comments regarding non-agenda items. The rules and regulations contained herein shall apply to this public comment period as well. The purpose of the public comment shall be for residents or taxpayers to comment on matters of concern, official action, or deliberation which are or may be before council prior to official action being taken. Council will not respond to comment made during the public portion of the meeting unless it is necessary to ask a clarifying question, correct a factual error, or provide specific information. The purpose of public comment is not for residents or taxpayers to engage in argument or debate with members of council, the administration, or other residents, and the council president shall maintain order in accordance with such purpose. This resolution was adopted on January 3rd, 2023. We also have Resolution 75-2022, which is a resolution of council of Lower Saucon Township adopting procedures for legislative public hearings. And among the items that are set forth in this resolution is that these procedures are intended to maintain proper decorum for the hearing, participation, and respect for all citizens, and to maintain order. These procedures for legislative public hearings shall be posted on the Lower Saucon Township website. Signs will be posted at the meeting location advising people attending the meeting of the hearing procedures. Legislative public hearings are designed to allow residents and taxpayers in Lower Saucon Township to express comments regarding the subject matter of the public hearing. Legislative public hearings are not quasi-judicial public hearings, and these rules and quasi-judicial public hearings, such as zoning hearing board or conditional use hearings, shall be conducted according to the laws applicable in those instances. Responses to public comment, testimony, or questions will not be provided during the hearing other than to clarify facts related to the subject matter. Public hearings of this nature are a one-way conversation. The township manager, in his or her sole discretion, is authorized to request police presence at the public hearing. We do have police here tonight, thank you. No attendee shall obstruct in any way the entrances or exits into the hearing room. Sign-in sheet will be used for order of public comment testimony. Public participation and comment testimony shall occur after the subject matter of the hearing has been discussed by council. Individuals desiring to speak must be sworn in under oath by the court stenographer. The oath will take place as a group at the beginning of the hearing using the sign-in sheet. Individuals who speak must give their name prior to speaking and acknowledge that they took the oath. Individuals who arrive later will be required to take the oath prior to speaking. Individuals desiring to testify shall announce their name and municipality of residence prior to testifying. Comment testimony may be made only by a person who has been recognized by the council president. Comment testimony will be limited to no more than 3 minutes per person. The council president or acting council president shall, in his or her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period by no more than 2 minutes upon request from the individual. Thereafter, additional time may be allowed only upon approval by a majority of the council. Groups of people attending the meeting because of the same subject may designate one of the members to speak for the group. No speaker will be allowed to surrender his or her time to the other person or to call upon other persons for comment testimony. The resident or taxpayer shall testify from the lectern or other designated space unless the resident or taxpayer is disabled and or unable to stand. All public comment testimony will be addressed to the Township Council. Members of the audience may not address other members of the audience or to argue, speak, or yell back and forth at or to each other. In order to facilitate the orderly conduct of the hearing, there may be no foul or vulgar language used or gestures made during the hearing. Comment testimony should be substantive and not include any defamatory comment and or personal attacks on the integrity of others, whether or not present. Letters may be read during public comment testimony subject to the allotted 3-minute time limit for the individual testimony. No extension shall be granted to residents or taxpayers reading the letter during testimony. Any letters cited or read may be submitted to the township manager. Copies of any documents and/or materials reviewed or discussed during testimony shall be marked to be available to council and placed in the record. At all times, each attendee shall respect the point of view of others. No comment disagreeing with another's point of view shall involve a personal attack on the character of others or a different viewpoint. Any conduct disruptive of the hearing or interfering with the business of the hearing, such as talking when not recognized by the council president or acting council president, talking beyond the allotted time, and/or the use of cell phone shall not be tolerated. The council president or acting council president will rule out of order any speech or comment which is defamatory, contentious, scandalous, impertinent, redundant, or disruptive to the proceedings of the meeting. If the conduct and order of the hearing is no longer maintained, the council president or acting council president may recess the hearing to restore order so the business of the hearing may be conducted when the hearing resumes. Public comment will have no personal attacks of any nature directed toward or against any applicant, respondent, council person, employees of Lower Saucon Township, members of the audience, or any other person. Legislative public hearings will conclude at 10 o'clock p.m. unless the majority of council votes to extend the time deadline. To the extent practicable, any necessary continuation will be discussed at the hearing. This resolution went into place on November 16, 2022. So copies of both of these resolutions are available if anyone didn't hear what I had said or have any questions about it. Feel free to get the copies outside the council meeting room, and we will proceed. So our first item on the agenda tonight is the police department special ceremonies. I know we have Chief Martins here to introduce us to three of the new officers for Lower Saucon Township. There are Officer Bartholomew, Officer Seeley, and Officer Pritchard. And I believe we also have District Justice Mentions here to swear in our new officers. So Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Officer Tyler Seeley, Zachariah Pritchard, and Kyle Bartholomew. And the rest of the department, please come in.
Again, if there are folks that are blocking the doors, I've asked you again to please move the doors so the officers can enter and exit so that we can keep the meeting space open. There's plenty of room over on the sides and on the left side of the meeting room.
Good. I'll give a brief introduction of each officer before they get sworn in by Judge Medge. To my left is Tyler Seeley, 2015 graduate, Northampton High School, 2018 graduate, Northampton Community College with an associate's in criminal justice, and he is a 2019 graduate of the Allentown Police Academy. Tyler worked as a part-time officer for our department since May of 2022, and also worked part-time for the Nazareth Police Department. Tyler and his wife, Lena, reside in the city of Bethlehem, and I was just informed today they are going to be the proud parents of twins. So, come up, and Judge Medge, if you would do the honors of swearing in Tyler Seeley.
Raise your right hand for me, please, and repeat after me. I, Tyler Seeley,
I, Tyler Seeley,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, defend,
that I will support, obey, defend,
and enforce the Constitution
and enforce the Constitution
of the United States,
of the United States,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
without consideration
without consideration
to race, color, sex,
to race, color, sex,
religious creed, sexual orientation,
religious creed, sexual orientation,
age, national origin,
age, national origin,
ancestry, handicap,
ancestry, handicap,
or disability.
or disability,
And I shall at no time divulge,
and that at no time that I will divulge,
and I shall at no
that
time
I shall
divulge
at no time divulge
confidential reports
confidential reports
of the department,
of the department,
nor circulate scandalous information,
nor circulate scandalous information,
and I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
Lena, if you would like to pin his badge on. The next introduction is Zachariah Pritchard. Zach is a 2019 graduate of Salem Christian School, a 2013 graduate of Kutztown University with a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice, and is a 2014 of the Allentown Police Academy as well. Zach worked part-time as a part-time police officer here from 2015 to 2016, before leaving to go work full-time with the Allentown Police Department up until last week. Zach and his wife Brooke and their 2 children, with another one on the way, reside in Lower Saucon Township. At this time, Judge, if you would give Zachariah his oath, please.
Want to raise your right hand, please repeat after me. I, Zachariah Pritchard,
I, Zachariah Pritchard,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, defend,
that I will support, obey, defend,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
without consideration to race, color,
without consideration to race, color,
sex, religious creed, sexual orientation,
sex, religious creed, sexual orientation,
age, national origin, ancestry,
age, national origin, ancestry,
handicap, or disability,
handicap, or disability,
and I shall at no time
and that I shall at no time
divulge confidential reports
divulge confidential reports
of the department,
of the department,
nor circulate scandalous information,
nor circulate scandalous information,
and I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
Congratulations.
If you would so kindly pin the badge on his suit coat pocket, please, or wherever you would like. The next officer, Kyle Bartholomew. Kyle is a 2002 graduate of Saucon Valley High School, a 2004 graduate of Northampton Community College with a specialized degree in emergency services, and a 2012 graduate of the Montgomery County Police Academy. Kyle has worked part-time with our department since September of 2012 and previously worked part-time in Hellertown. Kyle and his wife Kenda and their daughter Payson reside in Lower Saucon Township. Judge?
If you will please raise your right hand, repeat after me. I, Kyle Bartholomew,
I, Kyle Bartholomew,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, defend,
that I will support, obey, defend,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
without consideration
without consideration
to race, color, sex,
to race, color, sex,
religious creed, sexual orientation,
religious creed, sexual orientation,
age, national origin,
age, national origin,
ancestry, handicap, or disability,
ancestry, handicap, or disability,
and I shall at no time divulge,
and at no time,
and that I shall at no time
I shall at no time divulge
confidential reports of the department,
confidential reports of the department,
nor circulate scandalous information,
nor circulate scandalous information,
and I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
And I believe his daughter Payson is going to pin his badge on him tonight. Is that correct? And I've heard she's had a lot of practice. Just want everybody to know, she went through both holes and she's clasping. If I may, real brief, please join me in welcoming Officers Sealy, Pritchard, and Bartholomew as they start their new venture as full-time police officers with the Lower Saucon Police Department team. You can see a bunch of the officers are here today, and I also wish them the best of luck on a long, safe career serving the residents of Lower Saucon Township. I would also like to again thank council for approving the increased staffing levels for the department and also for your continued overwhelming support. I can assure you that the officers present and the ones unable to attend greatly appreciate it as well. Thank you very much.
I think I speak on behalf of all council to thank you for your efforts. We tasked you a month ago with hiring 4 new police officers, so you're 75% of the way there. And we appreciate how quickly you reacted to our reaction. So, as many of the public know, we've had an increase in crime due to nothing that our police department is doing, but just because of the nature of society and the way it is now. We've had a number of break-ins over the holidays, and we recognize the need to increase our police presence for patrolling, for reaching out to the public and better interaction. And I'm happy that you were able to identify and retain 3 highly qualified police officers. I know that it's great for the community, it's great for the department. I'm hoping that it injects some morale so that they're not spread as thin as they have been in the past. And we really appreciate all that you guys do on a daily basis. You may not hear from us every day, but I think I speak on behalf of the majority of this township when I say thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Chief, I'm going to keep you here if you don't mind. I know that the next item we have is the reaccreditation by the Pennsylvania Chiefs Police Association. So if you could show some comments on that.
Sure. Just 1 second. I'm pleased to inform council and the residents of the township that the police department has successfully completed our 3rd reaccreditation from the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association since first becoming accredited in November of 2013. The PA Chiefs Police Association website states there are currently only 149 agencies within the Commonwealth that maintain this accredited status. According to Wikipedia, there are 1,117 law enforcement agencies in the Commonwealth. I would like to take a moment to thank Sergeant Lighty to my right over here, our accreditation manager since 2009. He spends a considerable amount of time each year obtaining the proofs needed to meet the strict 125 standards for accreditation. In addition, I would like to thank all the officers, I'm sure they're all out in the hallway by now, and our administrative clerk of the police department for their diligence and hard work put forth during the course of their duties to allow the department to meet these standards and remain an accredited agency. We get reaccredited every 3 years, and we receive this from the PA Chiefs. It hangs on our wall in our police department. We just moved one to the other, and I'll read it from the PA Chiefs of Police. To all who see this certificate, know that the Lower Saucon Township Police Department has fulfilled the necessary qualifications and mandatory requirements of the PA Law Enforcement Accreditation Program of the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association by voluntarily complying with the provisions of the Professional Law Enforcement Accreditation Program by means of achieving and demonstrating the highest acknowledged standards as required by the Pennsylvania Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission. Is hereby recommended and approved and authorized to receive this Certificate of Law Enforcement Accreditation. And this was effective October 28th of 2022 for a term of 3 years, and our original date was November 26th of 2013. Thank you, Sergeant, for all your hard work. And gentlemen, thank you.
On behalf of the council, thank you, Chief Warren, thank you, Sergeant Mike, for keeping our accreditation current. I just reassuring for the residents of the township to know that we are held in such high esteem at the state level. We have a highly qualified police department, they're professionals, they take their jobs very seriously, and it's a reflection of your leadership, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we have public comment, agenda items only, residents and taxpayers only, a 3-minute time limit. We do not have any agenda items tonight. We have public hearings on 3 matters, so we'll move forward to presentations, hearings, ordinances, and resolutions. Now, we're going to talk about anything before we get started.
We do have other agenda items that people might want to see now other than the public hearing. For the 3 public hearings that are listed on tonight's agenda, you will have an opportunity to speak during each one of those public hearings. If you have a public comment on a different agenda item, then now is the time.
Yeah, the other agenda items would be the township business items at the bottom. So if anyone wants to comment on any of the township business items, you're welcome to comment.
She's keeping an eye on it for you.
All right, so first up, we have Kevin Riley Rice. Kevin Riley Rice.
Whenever you're ready to leave, if you want to leave. If you want to keep it, or if you want to leave.
Can you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Here, say, so I'm going
This is it.
Just have a moment. You have to get real close and speak loud.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Riley Rice.
Can't hear him.
Alright, so my name is Kevin Riley Rice. I live at 2240 Riley Lane, and my comments are on 2023-01. I was just wondering if you guys did any kind of environmental studies or impact assessments?
So, just to interrupt you, you'll have the opportunity to speak on the hearings when those items come up. If there's an agenda item that you want to speak to, you can, but you can forego your comments now and address them when the hearing comes up.
I'll wait for the hearing.
Okay, thank you. And we also have, next is Carol Riley.
So did we sign the wrong paper?
Perhaps, are you here to speak to one of
You're
the
on
public
this
hearings?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, so we'll move forward to Denise Van Busker.
I'm on the wrong one too.
Okay, all right, and then we have Matthew McLaren.
Yeah, I don't know if this is an agenda item or not, maybe we can chime in. I don't know if this is an agenda.
If you get close to the microphone.
I don't know if it's an agenda item or not.
Well, the agenda's out there on the table.
Yeah, well, what I'm gonna speak on is on the agenda. You know, public comment.
Which agenda are you speaking to, sir?
Agenda item E, public comment procedure.
Okay,
Can I speak?
go ahead.
Matthew McLaren, 2198 Riverside Drive. As you know, it looks like you have a full crowd here. I think that back in 2015, you know, we didn't have this clock. We had council members who were engaged in public comment. We didn't have a time limit. You know, Maxfield, Bernizzi, even though they didn't agree with us sometimes about zoning decisions or things like that, they listened to us and they engaged. And I think it's a shame that these people in this audience tonight are only going to have 3 minutes to speak about the most valuable asset they put their money into. I think it's appalling, and I think that this public comment should either be changed for these people, or, you know, many of these people probably didn't even know the planning commission meeting even happened. I guarantee that. I guarantee it, they weren't engaged in that meeting. You know, this is the first time they're coming before council to speak about an issue that involves their homes, their lives, their kids, their futures. And to sit there and limit them to 3 minutes is the most I just think it's a travesty. As elected officials, to limit these people on their time, it's honestly ridiculous. So I can hope that we've learned from our mistakes of what you did to the taxpayers, nearly 200 people that were against the rezoning around the landfill, and listen to their concerns. Listen to their, whatever they have to say about their properties, about their homes. I hope that council engages in those things. Because that's what you're here for. You're here to listen to us. And if you don't engage with these people, what do you think is going to happen? How many lawsuits are we in already? 4 lawsuits? Over egos, over decisions that are made not based on the residents, but on other people. What is the value of this? To throw all these people under the bus. What is the value we're talking about? We have the lowest tax rate in Northampton County. One thing, the other Republican council members, and I'm not going to say whether I'm a DOR, they engaged the public. They weren't Mussolini, they weren't Stalin. They didn't, not let the people speak about their issues. So get it together. You're going to be in 6 more lawsuits for no reason.
Here I am. I'm going to miss my opportunity. You didn't start the clock yet, did you? I am glad.
Sir, just identify yourself, please.
Yes, Robert Glasgow, 2510 Reddington Road, R-E-D-I-N-G-T-O-N. I am glad. I am glad that I was able to attend a real council meeting at the Northampton County Courthouse. A meeting where the council members actually looked you in the eye when you spoke. Where if you were arriving late, the council counted your time as precious to you as theirs is to them. Realizing that you're as busy as they are, and they didn't gather up the sign-up sheet to speak at the time of the start of the meeting. And even after gathering the sheet up, once all those who had signed had spoken, they opened up the floor and invited anyone who had come late to speak for 5 minutes, and even extending that time if necessary. They listened, they discussed, they interacted with the citizens, they respected the citizens. I was glad I finally got to see how a real council meeting is run.
You're here.
Let me remind you, I still have time.
I think we're done. Sound like we're turning you off.
I still have time, and I'd like to remind you of your own rule. You guys come in here and sit there texting each other on your phone. You read Rule 21 tonight. Time will be limited to 3 minutes, I believe is on there. Also, cell phones shall not be permitted. If you're going to enforce 3-minute rule as a will and not a shall, you better obey the rules yourselves.
One more time, Laura Ray.
So I had,
Just identify yourself, please.
Laura, Ray,
Thank you.
Mike doesn't work. So I had 2 items. The one had to do with the financial report. So just to follow up on what Matt pointed out there with all the lawsuits. So if everybody took a look, they'd see that we've already spent, as of the end of February, over $102,000 on legal things. So that's 48.6% of our budget, and we're only into, that was just 2 months in. So that's pretty sad. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the item E, addition of open space committee. So it sounds great if you just read it and think this is like a brand new thing. Wow, this is great. But I'll point out that we've had an open space committee for many years. It's part of the Environmental Advisory Council. We've had volunteers on that, evaluating the properties, doing all the things that it says in the papers there that this new committee will do. This topic was not discussed at all at the Environmental Advisory Council Board. It impacts them, of course, because these are people who volunteer their time for years doing this, and it's a slap in their face to all of a sudden, we're going to get rid of that, and you have to have your own new board with your appointees, which is how all our boards are, stacked up with people that will only do as you direct them. It's wrong. I'm appalled at it. And I think it's so cowardly that this was talked about in the 15.
Next up is the public hearing and potential adoption of ordinance number 2023-01 to amend zoning map and text for 378 412 Eastern Road areas. Any comments before we start?
Yeah, sure. This, as Mr. Boone said, this is proposed township ordinance number 2023-01. Stacey, can you put the map up on the board? I just want to, before we open the public hearing, the township received some 3 and 4. The township received a couple of phone calls in the past week questioning some of the language in the advertisement as compared to the map. And so what you see on the board now is a revised Exhibit 3, and I'm going to point to the properties that are. These properties right here were originally proposed to go to GB from their current R40. There was a mistake in the advertisement. That's my fault, my mistake. I didn't catch that it was GB, that the properties were going from R40 to GB. So those properties are not part of this ordinance anymore. The revised ordinance now, and I'll ask council to make a motion after we hold the public hearing, but the revised ordinance will contain revised exhibits 3 and 4, so that those properties that I identified are not changed from R40 to GB. So that being said, the next thing that we would need to do is open the public hearing.
All right, I'll make a motion to open the public hearing for the potential adoption of ordinance 2023-01, amending the zoning map and text for 378 412 Eastern Road areas. Second.
Second.
Mr. Carochi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, the next item would be to swear in everybody that, as a group, everybody that's going to testify in this hearing. So anybody that wants to testify in this hearing, please stand up and raise your right hand.
So the names I have here on the sign-in sheet are Kevin Bradley Rice, Joanne Mason, Janet Riley, Tom Engelman, Gordon Fiedler, Donna Lbithne, Michael Yelovich, Denise Van Buskirk, Jennifer Swat, Bob Lasko, Kathy something McGann, M-C-G-A-N-N. Okay. Brad Snyder and Karen Riley Rice. Is that everyone? Okay. So all of those individuals who signed in wishing to comment on 2023-01, if you be sworn in by the court reporter.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you have to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Right.
Okay, so I will give you, council, a little bit of an introduction as to what this ordinance does. We will then open it up for what it's proposed to do. We will then open it up for questions or comments from council, and then we'll go to the public. So Stacy, can you put up map number 1, please, for me? And the actual ordinance, the second one down now. So that's
So is that 378 or which one's that?
It's 378. It says exhibit 1 at the bottom, should say exhibit 1 at the bottom. Okay, right there. I'm sorry, that's 412, yeah. So exhibit 1 is in the area of 412. And you can see in the middle of the screen there is a dark blue piece that's labeled GB1. That's the current zoning of those parcels, general business 1. Above that, on the screen is another little strip of land that's identified as changing from GB2 to GB. Currently, those parcels located in there are zoned general business 2, and they are proposed to be changed to general business. The intent of this entire ordinance is to take the current GB1 and GB2 zoning classifications and combine them into one general business zoning classification. So as you see on exhibit 1 in front of you, in the 412 area, this ordinance does just that. It takes the GB1 and the GB2 that are on the screen in the dark blue and light blue and changes them to GB. If you slide to the next exhibit, please, Stace. And there you see what it would look like, the red area along 412, that's Route 412, you can see on the right-hand side of that red line. That area located within the dark red lines with the red crosshatch would be changed from GB1 or GB2 to GB if this ordinance gets adopted. So that's the first zoning map change.
So how many acres is that?
In that location, 412, it is approximately 19.6.
Lynn, are you allowed to tell us what the difference is between GB1, GB2, and GB?
Well, they're all, what's going to happen with this ordinance, if it gets adopted, is it's all the regulations that were at one time GB1 or GB2 will now be changed to GB. The same regulations that GB had, correct, Brian? We didn't change, we just took GB2 properties and put them in GB with the GB regulations.
There are some revisions to that. In general, they try to follow the GB2 regulations, but there were some additions after looking at Heller County and city regulations, and finding in the combination there were some regulations like impervious coverage. That's what's written in the draft.
Impervious, that's my question.
Can I just
Yes.
do something first? Can I explain it first? We'll have council questions and answers, and then we'll open it up to the public. It's easier to understand that way, please. Okay, sorry, Stace, next screen, exhibit 3. And so this area of the township is, you see in white on the screen in front of you, is Interstate 78. 378 runs along the red line, going up to the north towards Bethlehem, down to the south towards Upper Saucon Township. Again, on this map, there are areas that are currently zoned GB2 that will be changed to GB, and there's that one area in the upper right-hand portion, right-hand portion, changing from GB1 to GB. So these are all along 378. If you slide that up a little, Stacy, please. And then down at the bottom, you see there's a GB2, and then those properties to the right that I explained earlier are not part of this map change, but those properties in light blue that are currently GB2 would also change to GB. So again, to the next slide. And the red crosshatched area shows you along Route 378 that everything in the red crosshatched area, if this ordinance gets adopted, would then be general business zoning designation. Except for those 3 that we identified as being not in there. Okay, the next slide, please, Liz. This area that you see on the map in front of you is out along Interstate 78 and Easton Road. You can see the city of Bethlehem city line at the top. The property that you see in that long elongated triangular type portion is along Easton Road, and it's currently zoned R40. The proposal, if this ordinance would be adopted, next screen please, would be to change those properties located in this area from the R40 designation to the LM designation, which is the light manufacturing zoning district. So those are the map changes in the 3 different areas of the township. The first being 412, the second being along the 378 corridor, and this one being out along Easton Road.
If I can ask to go back and show the maps to make sure people realize that some of these other areas are not like the.
We could recognize President Township.
Well, let's, my next thing was going to be to ask council if anybody had any questions about the maps before I move on to the text amendment. So.
Mike, just for everybody's. I was first. Sorry.
Hold on.
Well, Sandy's gonna go before me. Go ahead, Sandy.
No.
You have seniority here. Go right ahead.
Mark, do you have any questions about the maps?
Jesus, they didn't even have a fucking clue. That's together.
No, I'm good. All right, Sandy, any questions about the maps?
Yes, I just was hoping that
You also, can you speak in the mic?
yes. All right, I'm sorry, this is my mic, all right? That's better. Fine. I was going to ask Lynn to just one more time, please identify the difference between GB and GB1 and GB2. Is there any significant difference in terms of what those changes would be?
I don't believe there's any significant difference in terms of the uses that are permitted. The uses that are permitted in GB1 and GB2 will all be permitted in GB.
Right.
So it's just a combination of those 2 districts. The GB2, which had a lot less acreage, I think, in the township originally than GB1, had, is it smaller or larger lot sizes, Brian? Had smaller lot sizes. So all of the GB will now be similar, so that all of your general business type uses or any proposed uses that come in that general business district would all have similar regulations. But the types of uses are the same as that have existed in GB1 and GB2 since the beginning.
Okay, that's what I wanted clarification. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, may I be
I don't
recognized?
have any questions. Tom, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
Link, when you look at these maps, these are colored, they're very nicely colored, but as a resident, and I know me as a council person, it's overwhelming, and you're like, oh my God, are they zoning all of this area? I'm sure a lot of you, when you look at these maps, you weren't really sure that what was being rezoned. So if we can start at the first map again. Can we do that, please? And so it would be in the center of the page where the blue is, and the light blue up above. So if you live anywhere outside that area, it does not affect you. And correct me, Link, if I'm wrong, this is my understanding of this.
No, yeah, if that's a question, no. On this ordinance, now, when we get to 2023-02, there's more properties out there, but for this ordinance in particular, the dark blue and the light blue,
Right.
that weird bell-shaped type piece of property, those are the only ones that are changing. And they're GB1 and GB2 now, and they'll be GB, so
Right.
if you live along there, it's not affected.
Okay, now the next one, Stacy, please. Again, you can still keep going, I guess, the next one. It would be the light blue area, which is was a mixture of both, so that,
This,
go ahead, explain it.
the GB1 is, again, in the dark blue, and the light blue is the GB2.
So
And there's a
again,
little piece up there.
if you're not living in that area, outside that area, it's not gonna affect you, it's only those properties, and then what's the next one? Is this one? So then- Right. Okay, so if I questions, Lynn, for the language of the thing. Do I say it now? I don't know, Mr. President, what would you like me to ask?
Ask it then.
Okay, so, I know we've talked about the general business designation, combining them for many years. How many years? Back 10 years ago, we were talking about doing this. My concern is the Eastern Road property. Is that served by water or sewer at the moment?
No.
Okay, so that's a big concern, and I know a developer, and I'll just say his name, Lou Hector, was here back in 2020 and came before us and wanted us to do the same exact thing, rechange the zoning. He was buying up people's property at over market value, and we listened. I think he came back twice. If you go back through the minutes, you'll find that Greystone Development. And we told him that we had concerns about the traffic because we were getting concerns about traffic issues from across the street in the Bethlehem Steel, Lehigh Valley, number 7, whatever they're calling it, Majestic Realty. So, I'm also concerned because where's the ball field located in that pink area? Are we, is it? So it's further down then, right? Okay, so that's not included in this. I just wanted to make sure, because if we're spending $500.
No, it's on there.
It's on there.
It's on there.
It's on there.
It's right near where the R40 is,
I
I
don't
think.
play baseball, so I have no idea. So I just
You
didn't
can
know.
see, you can see Mockingbirdville Lane is right to the left of the Carter Wood Division.
Yeah, it's on
So the
there.
ball field is right south.
That's her remark. Can you point to it with your red marker? I see Will Willow Drive.
Right there.
It's right up there.
Smack in the middle of this warehouse, of this zoning change, which could allow warehouses, is this ball field. My problem is the warehouses included in here. I'd like to know if it's possible, I know we have to have warehouses somewhere, and we do. We have it on Applebutter Road in the LM zone. So is there a way that we can call this another LM2 or something and take warehouses out? Because of the traffic issues that we have that aren't being addressed. There's no studies. I don't see a study on traffic. There's also a church cemetery. Right. And the ball, there's,
Cemetery.
and like I said, to service an industrial area like this, you need water and sewer, public water and sewer, and where is that? It's not there.
I have no idea if there's water or sewer out there or not, but yeah.
There is.
Folks, I read through the policies that we have for the conduct of the meeting. If you're going to have outbursts, I'm going to have to ask you to leave so we can conclude the meeting. So please be respectful. We're respectful towards you. Please be respectful towards us.
Excuse me, do you think next time you're going to have a meeting somewhere else, there's 15 people in the hall, nobody can hear anything? Thank you for recording it. I'm going to go home and watch it.
You want me to answer the question?
Yes, please. No, I finished.
The answer to the first question is yes. You could make it an LM2 district. You don't have any other LM2 in Lower Saucon Township, but that's a possibility if that's what council wanted to do. On the traffic study issue, traffic studies come in when developments come in. So if anybody proposes to develop it, and that's also when the discussion as to how they will serve the property with water and sewer takes place, if there's a development that's proposed. This zoning ordinance map change would change the map to allow for LM uses in that area. All the details about what would go there would come later.
I know like the last time, one of the last times we talked about this, Sandy, you were concerned about warehouses. I know you mentioned that.
I was concerned about traffic,
And well, yes.
whatever it is, whether it's light manufacturing or whatever, I was concerned about it. I also brought up the cemetery, I also brought up the ball field and the church, and that was a concern of mine. My also concern is, because I looked at it very closely today when I was coming here, is that some of the houses
and everybody here who lives out there knows they're smashed right up against I-78, the ones with the chickens especially. I don't know what you can fit in there anyway, to be perfectly honest. It's hard, you know what I mean? It wouldn't fit any regulations, so you, in my opinion, you can't get anything there anyway. It would not fit any of our current ordinances to put anything there. Those were pre-existing, so there was nothing, you know what I mean?
Right, and to follow up for what my concerns about the lack of public water and sewer, I feel for everybody that lives there because you're dealing with across the street. I think the township should be a little bit more proactive and try to stand behind you and try to talk to the city of Bethlehem and try to see if they can be better neighbors. Because when that development was approved back 20 years ago, I don't know, the township went and told the city that we did not want anybody coming off on Eastern Road. We wanted you to go on 412. That was where they had that massive entrance, so that everything would go that way. Everybody's shaking their heads. You do remember that, because some people up here don't remember that, because they weren't here then. But I do. And then all of a sudden, we started getting City of Bethlehem development plans that showed businesses coming out now on Eastern Road. And it was impacting Cherry Lane. And when the Saucon Valley Partnership was meeting, we, as a partnership with the school district, with the borough of Hellertown, were concerned because of the traffic issues on Cherry Lane. So we, I don't know, I asked Mark to find this. Barry Isett, back January 6, 2016, did a transportation impact study review. And I don't have, there's other follow-up letters that I don't have. But they also mentioned that, you know, about the traffic. So we have a real big concern here with approving this and changing the zoning, in my opinion.
Well, and the other problem is, even though we have worked at putting signage on Ringhoffer Road, we all know traffic goes and it's on Ringhoffer.
So, in fact, back to this traffic study, once those other, I think there's five sites along the city property that exit out onto, or entrance, the ingress and egress, as they developed, and they were supposed to, like, if the traffic, if they did another traffic study and it exceeded whatever the numbers are, they were supposed to put a light in or something around that Cherry Lane. So I want to hear what the residents have to say about the GB. Are we going to open it up to them, or are we going to talk about the language? How are we going to do this? Well, I'm asking a question. I wanted to know how we're going to do this, and then I'll let you know when I'm done.
I'm going to give a brief explanation of the language.
Okay.
And then if anybody has any more questions
Here,
here, we
okay.
can go, and then we'll open it up.
Okay.
Are you done?
For now.
Okay.
So again, now to the text section, text revisions and proposed ordinance 2023-01. Basically, in summary, when we looked at, the township staff looked at the LM zoning district, it appeared that for the size of the properties that are on the screen that you see in front of you, that the probability was that there wouldn't be any very large structures there, so that the potential for more of a commercial type use might be good in that area. So what the staff did was added to the light manufacturing district regulations for you to review different types of commercial uses that are found in GB as well, so that the light manufacturing district is now kind of a combination of what used to be light manufacturing with a little bit of general business added into it to give property owners in the LM district more flexibility as to what they could or could not do with their property. And the additions were primarily adding uses from general business, correct, Brian, into the LM district? Yes. Yes. So that's basically the summary of the text changes as to how the LM district was kind of modified to try and promote more uses.
And Mr. President, may I ask a question?
Mark, any questions about the text?
No, I'm good.
All right, Sandy, any questions about the text?
Yeah, I'm curious about what Link just said, because you might be able to get some shops in there, that kind of thing, retail, small independents, which wouldn't change it, but again, you're talking a few because of, with parking and all that other stuff that you would have to, so I'm wondering if that would be something that you would consider.
I think that's kind of what we tried to add in, Brian, right, with adding some GB uses into LM. And again, as this council knows, maybe not everybody in the audience knows, but these changes were suggested as part of the Lower Saucon Township Comprehensive Plan in terms of trying to stimulate economic development in certain areas of the township, so. With that.
Yeah, that helped, and I appreciate it. I'm just trying to clarify.
Thanks, Sam. And just so that I'm clear, the uses that are proposed here in the LM district, these are all still subject to the township zoning and all the land development rules, right?
Absolutely.
And there's nothing that prevents the current uses of the land if we were to rezone this to light manufacturing, correct? In other words, the folks that may have properties there that live on those properties can continue to live
If
there.
there's a house there today, they think that the house is.
Right, okay, thank you. So, any questions? Right. So,
Yes, so I think that we should look into not approving this tonight, send it back to you guys, the administration, and look at it, get rid of things that's not gonna fit, and look at other areas that, that would increase our commercial development in that area and give a better market value to people that live there to sell their property, because of the lack of water and the lack of sewer and the traffic issues. So I'm not in favor of supporting the LM district as written. The other ones, like I said, I want to hear everybody. I might change my mind. But for right now, and Link, the error that was made in the language, when I look at this, my eyes just go bonkers. Is there any way, is this like standard written form to write up an ordinance?
And it's a catch-22. The less you write, the more people complain that they don't know what it means. The more you write, the more confusing it is.
Right.
So that is how it is advertised in the
I
newspaper.
understand that, at this time. But is there a way you could put it in like a bullet list or something, like to make it easier to understand?
I'm sure we could
I
break
think that's in the
that title
future.
down into bullets, but I mean, you could, if you have it in Word, you can do it yourself. You can just pop them right out into bullets.
It's supposed to make it easier for the residents, and a lot of people can't take a PDF and make it into a Word document.
I was talking about you, I was talking about for the audience, I mean, it is, unfortunately, sometimes you have to read stuff that isn't the easiest to read. And it's not, I'll admit, it's not the easiest to understand either.
all right, Link, anything else?
I do not have any.
I don't think there are any other questions or comments from council, so I'll open it up to the public who signed up. I'll take them in order on the sign sheet. So the first is Kevin Riley Rice. Just identify yourself, please.
My name is Kevin Riley Rice. So I didn't see anything on any kind of environmental assessment or impact statements, even on anything that you guys have already built. I haven't found anything on how it's affected us, the pollution, water quality, anything like that. Are you gonna conduct anything like that?
So this is your opportunity for public comment.
Yeah, that is my public.
Right, you're asking questions, this is your opportunity to comment. If you have information that you want council to consider with regard to what's before us, you're welcome to present.
You know, what about the cemetery and ball fields and all of that stuff included in this?
The cemetery and the ball field would remain a cemetery and the ball field unless the owners of them decide to divest themselves of those properties. We own the ball field, right? I assume that's a church that owns the cemetery.
How is this going to affect the environment that I live in? How is this going to affect my health? Can you give me an answer for that?
I don't think we can answer that question tonight because there's no use proposed for the property. It's just to change the zone.
It's like a change of usage though, right?
No, the
Industry, correct?
The map would change to allow uses that are allowed in the LM district to go there, correct? But we don't know what they might be.
So,
Thank you. All right, next is Joanne Mason. Joanne Mason.
Hi, my name is Joanne Mason,
And
and
you have to pull the microphone closer if you could just identify yourself so that we can hear it, please.
pardon me?
Just identify yourself again. I heard you, but I don't know if
My
you
name is
obviously-
Joanne Mason, and I am a resident of Eastern Road. I have a few comments and a few questions. I don't know if you'll listen to my questions, but rezoning Eastern Road from residential to light manufacturing, what does that do to our property value? What does that do for us?
I meant to mention this earlier and I forgot, but it doesn't change the assessed value of your property. I mean, the taxable value of your property is based on the use that's on your property, not what it's zoned. Whether the rezoning increases or decreases the actual overall value of your property, I mean, I'm not a real estate expert. I mean, the concept is to allow different types of uses in that area because of what's across the street. I think this council heard over the past couple of years, some residents from out there asking for the zoning to be changed so that they could sell their property because they didn't want to live next to what was across the street. No, pretend to know whether that's the majority of the people or not, but that was the purpose of this change.
Okay, so then the residents who came and asked for the change, if not everybody is willing to sell, what happens to those who will remain? Do they become landlocked? What happens? What happens if I live on the one end of the road and there is another warehouse next to me, across the street from me, and I-78 behind me?
I mean, that is certainly a possibility that someone could buy enough of the lots that are around you to put up a structure of that size. That's a possibility. That could happen.
That's why I want to take warehouses out. Excuse me? I want to take warehouses out.
Thank you for caring, Priscilla. Thank you for caring about all of us. We have been subjected to the tractor trailers. I have 18-wheelers turning around in my driveway, but I don't complain because we are a family out there, but you don't care about us. All you care about is the tax revenue that you're going to get from whoever buys that property. So, you know what? Shame on you for what you're doing to Eastern Road residents. That's all I have to say.
Next is Janet Bradley. Janet Bradley.
My name is Janet Riley. Priscilla, thank you for caring about us out there. We are concerned about our water. You have all these warehouses there. We don't know what they're doing. We've taken all the land that we had, the animals, the open space. You're going to turn it into a zoo. And where are all the other animals going to go? Why do we need to have it rezoned? You're just rezoning it so you can put warehouses or department stores or whatever you want to put there. So you're rezoning it for your benefit. So you can make more money and you don't care about the people who live there. When 78 came through, took our property. Our property's been in the family for 200 years. Took the best part of our property. I live right across from 78. I can't open my windows. I can't sit outside. No barriers are put up, sound barriers. Oh, you don't need a sound barrier, they said. I'd like to invite all of you to come to my house and spend a night at my house as my windows shake. My house shakes. I invite you all to come and have a nice, quiet night. Do any of you live near I-78? So you don't know what it's like. You don't know. We had a beautiful country and you're destroying it. And shame on you.
My first comment is I just gave a PA system away to a friend that's a musician. I should have donated it to the township. I mean, that's sarcastic. It's not a question, but I'd like to reference something in one of the pages of the documentation.
Microphone close to your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
My name is Thomas Engelman. I live at 2338 Easton Road. We're right across from the UGI installations there. And we've been there since 1965 when I had the house built. So since 78 has gone in, that disrupted the whole community there. And I have to tell you the truth, IGA has really not done any harm to us as far as noise or let's say, smoke, pollution, or anything like that. The only thing I know is they have 2 million gallons of liquid natural gas in that one tank. So if that goes, I'll be probably talking to the council in Quakertown. But I'd like to read something. From, this is page 2 of the documents that came with the maps and that. And it's paragraph 5. It says, whereas the council of Lower Saucon Township has determined that the adoption of this ordinance containing the described amendments to the zoning map and text of the zoning chapter of the code is in the best interest of the public health, safety, welfare, and citizens of Lower Saucon Township. I don't understand how my health and my safety and my welfare are going to be improving. And that's a question, and I'd like to, I have a lot of other questions. I don't know if I can submit them to the council in writing sometime and get some kind of a response.
Well, sir, this matters before us today. We may act upon it, we may not. So if you have questions to ask council or you have comments that you want to submit to us, we're willing to hear them and receive them from you. There's no guarantee that there will be another proceeding after this, but there may be.
There's always a concern about the storage and the water supply there, because we have private systems in our homes out there. And when Majestic or something, IGA bought that property and moved their equipment and their facility there, Bethlehem City brought water down across the street from us. It ran down to Ringhoffer Road. And I got in touch with the Bureau of Water in Bethlehem, and I said, is there any chance you can bring that water onto our property? Because that highway, Easton Road is really a state highway, and I'm sure you know that. And whoever I spoke with, he said, yeah, we can do that, but you have to abandon your water, your well, we do that. And I said, what would the cost be? They said, $85. I said, how can that be? They said, we shoot a torpedo under the road and bring it onto your property, and then you have to get a plumbing contractor to bring it into the house. Well, I had 2 quotes for a plumbing contractor, one from Adams Plumbing in Hellertown. He said $6,000 with 4 pages of stipulations, like if I see a groundhog, the price goes up, and crazy things like that, you know. And one from Lowry down in Harleysville, they wanted $20,000 to do it, so we scrapped the idea at this point. But that's a concern, and all the things I've read in the other documentation talks about public served businesses that can possibly move into those zones now when they become light manufacturing. And without the water and storage, I can't imagine how that could be. So that's a big issue in my mind. Let me just. And what's the city of Bethlehem's involvement in any of this? You don't counsel with, you don't have any discussions with them or any kind of.
No, just like what they do with the warehouses across the street, they didn't involve us or include us.
No, that's not true.
Or at least I was on council at the time.
You weren't on council, so you didn't know, but yes, we did get copies.
Yeah, coming back to the tax.
Getting copies is not being involved in getting copies, it's just simply receiving information. So go ahead, sir.
We were asked to comment on the application.
I'm sorry, Tom, what did you say, Tom? Okay.
The residents are just loving this.
All right, go ahead, sir.
With these changes, and if these areas expand, I don't know how many people live in that whole strip along Easton Road. Is it 100, is it 50? But other businesses come in there that could increase the population. What does that do to the police protection? The need for additional police protection. and those types of services. And also in the documentation, they talk about possible fire protection buildings maybe, and police and other government agencies. How does that property become acquired by those government agencies if the people don't want to sell their property? Because when 78 went through, they came up with eminent,
domain.
right, and many of us got taken on that whole deal. And I also know that there are at least 4 people along that road that have been approached and are thinking about, or maybe have already taken an offer to sell their homes. My question is, who's making the offer? Is it a developer? Is it a private individual? And we've been there for 57 years, my wife and I, and it's only the last couple of months that we're getting phone calls pretty regularly, people wanting to buy our property. And I don't discuss it with them, I just said it's not for sale. So is it a developer? I have no idea who it could possibly be. But it's concerning, you know. Let's see, what else would I have? I think that's about it. I guess the only other thing would be, what's the tax impact with the Lower Saucon Township? What about the Saucon Valley School District? And what about the Northampton County? I'm talking about real estate taxes now. Did they go up sideways or down?
Well, I think as I tried to say earlier, the assessment value of the properties is based on what the use is. So if the use stays the same, it's the same assessment.
But I have a notion that, let's say everybody along there would sell their property and businesses would go in. The way I would think is that there's going to be an increase in tax revenue coming into the township.
That would happen.
So I don't know how motivating that is, but I question that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Gordon Beagle. I live on Easton Road, 2334 Easton Road. That's my father-in-law. Next door. I'm not as smart as him, but I just want to say a couple things. My first concern is, and we've only been here 10 years. We bought my wife's grandmother's property there, and I'm not well-spoken, so to speak, but my question is, what are the changes as far as regulations to what I do? Okay, so the highway is one thing. Whoever said about the good job because our house shakes so bad. We had them. We called them. And the guy, did we?
Sir,
What did he say? Yeah.
You
Okay. So the guy, we called them out there. Of course, they didn't do anything. But my questions are: now we can burn when we're allowed to burn. Does that change? Now, I have guns. I have ranges on my property. Does that change? What are the regulations that change is what I want to know for that. And then the only other thing would be the traffic, because last 2 weeks ago, couldn't get through on Easton Road because the tractor trailer stuck on that bridge again. That bridge has been fixed, I don't know how many times. That's just money thrown away. So, you know, there are all those issues that are already there. And not that this, I don't know what this change will do, but for me, I want to know, in layman's terms, can I live the same way I've been living? That's all I want to know.
The short answer to that is yes.
Okay.
All this does is change the zoning designation of that property that would allow you, if you wanted to do a use that's permitted in the LM district, to do that. But if you want to keep your house, you keep your house. And that's the way it works. As for the traffic impacts, again, nobody ever knows what the traffic impacts will be until there's a proposed use that has traffic associated with it. And then that's when you do the traffic counts and figure out what the traffic analysis will be.
All right, sir. Next is next is Donna L-B-I-T-H-N-E. That's my reading of Donna L-B-I-T-H-N-E. Is there any Donna here? Okay, I'll move on. Next is Michael Yelovich. Michael Yelovich.
Hi, my name's Mike Odlich. I live on 2306 Easton Road. I've been living there for 42 years. And Easton Road was a beautiful road. Lines of trees down there. Now all the trees are dead. Nobody takes care of them.
Closer to the microphone, please.
Nobody takes care of the trees there. They're falling down all the time. Somebody's going to get killed. My car got hit once, blew the windshield out. And they're still doing it. A couple weeks ago, a tree went down. I guess they had the whole road blocked off to take care of it. Also the tractor trailers. They don't know where to go sometimes to get into the industrial park. They went up the cul-de-sac, pulled the wires down, ripped 3 poles down. We were out power for a while. Same with down at the bridge, which you know about several times. The other thing I want to know is, are taxes going to change down there? Changing this to not residential? Plus, if I want to sell my house, is somebody going to buy it because it ain't residential anymore?
I don't know who may or may not buy your house, but like I said before, that your tax assessment is based on the use of your property, not where it's zoned. So if the use of your property stays the same, then your assessment stays the same. If you knock your house down and build a house that's twice as big, then your assessment's gonna go up. It depends on how you use the property.
Well, my house already depreciated because of all that that's built on. If they're going to build more, it's even going to be less. Who's going to want it?
Maybe somebody that wants to build something else would want it.
Well, somebody must know something because some people got offered already. I think that's why this is going on and they're changing the zoning because they know that people want to build over there.
Well, I mean, obviously, there are people that are interested in buying properties out there to do something, but
is that why we're changing the zoning there?
it's, the zoning change came about because over a period of years, there were many residents that came to this council meeting and said, we don't like living across the street from what's there now. Can you change the zoning so we could sell to somebody else?
So they must have been offered something.
That might not be a majority of the people, but there were a decent amount of people in this room asking that question.
Well, not me. I didn't get offered and I don't want to be stuck there. So if somebody's offered, they better buy them all.
Raise your hand if you got an offer.
I mean, my house is like crazy.
This council and this township do not control who offers anybody what for their property. That's a private issue.
Just change the zone because.
Again, because the concept was that people out there didn't want to live across the street from what's in the city of Bethlehem. So if they couldn't sell their houses, they couldn't sell their houses because nobody wanted to live there.
Right.
So if you change the zoning, you have the option of living there or selling your house to somebody who might want to do something else.
I don't know how to believe it.
Thank you, sir.
These all know what's going on.
All right, next is Denise Van Busker. Denise Van Busker.
Hello, my name is Denise Van Busker. I live at 2268 Easton Road. I do not need this microphone because I have a big mouth. Miss De Leon, I appreciate you wanting to side with the people on Easton Road, but you were on a Zoom meeting with me with City of Bethlehem and several other residents on the road years ago. We complained about the noise. We complained about not being told what was going on over there. Nobody from the township, except for her, was on that meeting. We have had, and I'll go through it, trains, 9 p.m., 2 a.m., 5 a.m., 11 p.m., horns blowing, no cross traffic. It's an industrial park, okay? Screeching with the brakes, trucks, air brakes, speeding, loud exhaust, wrong way on the bridge, how many times? Backing up on the roadway. Pardo, which is across from me. Plastic pellets. The building was built backwards, so all the manufacturing parts are on our side. The office to enter is on the hillside. What brain did that? I have no clue. All hours, sometimes 3 shifts, 7 days a week. You're not able to open your windows. You can't be outside. I have a video of the sound of it, but I'm told I can't play it. My ears are ringing for the last 1.5 years from this noise. Okay? My doctor said there's nothing I can do until I can leave. 78 noise, louder every year. I can tell you there have been 6 people killed right behind my house. There's trucks that come down that hill off of 78, and their brakes are unbelievable. What are they called? J brakes? There's racing behind us, okay? And my property doesn't even go to 78. There is non-consideration of effects on our property values or quality of life in the industrial park across the street, or the park expansion, which included UGI, from Bethlehem. And nobody from our township has addressed it until now. Rezoning gives us the option and a choice, since we didn't get one when that park was put across the street. I've been there for 24 years. I thought that house was gonna be my forever home. I can't wait to get out. My property values have gone down. I have people that have come to look at my house and said, why would I want to live here with that going on? The only thing we had going for us was the Saucon Valley School District, and that's questionable. Okay? So, as far as this rezoning goes, if you don't want to sell your house, don't sell your house. But at least give us the option. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sweat. I reside at 2280 Easton Road. I've been living there for about 30 years, and I'd ask that you delay your vote on this ordinance tonight for several reasons. I am against the ordinance passing. I've lived in my home for 30 years. I've raised a family there, and it's my home. I don't feel like we're getting any straight answers about who is behind this ordinance push. I've heard mention of my neighbors being in favor of it, and we've heard some, so it's true, but we're not getting information. Someone also mentioned a little earlier that Lower Saucon was looking at generating revenue. So I'm not sure what the driving force is for the ordinance. Is it the township? Is it my neighbors? Any information would be great. I've reached out to your right to know officer and asked for an application for the rezoning, and I was told there is no application in place. Is that the case?
Yeah, there's no application for rezoning. And I think it's as I tried to explain earlier, it's a combination of factors that over the years there have been people, and Priscilla was right, there was a developer at one time who wanted to look at purchasing some of these properties. There were people who live out there who wanted the option of being able to sell their properties if they so chose to a developer to do something else. And when you look at the location of it, you have Route 78 on one side and the city of Bethlehem on the other side. It's sandwiched in the middle of not so friendly uses. So I think the concept was, would it make sense from a planning standpoint to put something along the light manufacturing, commercial type stuff in that location as opposed to keeping it residential, which doesn't seem to fit with what's in front of it or behind it.
According to township officials, what about the people who live there and whose homes are there?
That's what this public hearing is for, so that you can express your concerns and your opinion.
So it's very disheartening. When I further questioned Mr. Hudson about the information, he gave me vague information.
What
everything
information are you
seems,
looking for?
I want to know specifically who is behind the
There's no one
request.
behind it. The township every once in a while looks at its comprehensive plan. It also looks at its zoning map and its zoning amendments. And over the years, things change. Circumstances change and things change. Municipalities all across Pennsylvania change their comprehensive plans and their zoning ordinances all the time. There doesn't have to be one person that's asking for it or a group of persons that's asking for it. Sometimes it's the municipality on its own that says, this doesn't make sense anymore, it should change.
Okay.
If I could just add to that, I think it was 2 meetings ago, I brought up the article that was in the PSAT's newsletter, or booklet that we get on a monthly basis, and one of the recommendations was to look at our comprehensive plan and look at our zoning and revisit it periodically to make sure that we're current with the times. So that's what we've done, and we actually looked at this previously when we looked at the comprehensive plan and enacted the comprehensive plan in 2020.
2020, I believe.
2020.
I get a feeling that there's a lack of transparency with this council,
Please ask as many questions as you want, and I will answer them all. I'm being as transparent as we possibly can. It sounds like the answers aren't the ones that you
My
are
other,
looking for.
my other concerns, like many of my neighbors, are the implications of our property values and any tax implications. I understand you don't know what the rezoning will mean.
Well, I've said this a couple times already, that there are no tax assessment implications. Your tax assessment should not go up unless you change how you use your property. If you keep it the way it is, then it stays the way it is. If you add an addition on, then sometimes your taxes go up. If you knock it down and build a house that's twice as big, your taxes are probably going to go up. If you sell it to somebody who puts a little Dunkin' Donuts in there, then the tax assessment on that property will be different than what it is now for your house.
And then my third concern is the wildlife effects. I mean, I understand that you're looking at changing over 200 acres over at the landfill and making that an area that will be collecting refuse. There's lots of animals in our neighborhood, and I just wonder, like, what's going to happen to them. Easton Road is rezoned. I feel confident several people will sell, and our neighborhood is going to be parking lots and concrete, and that's going to have a negative impact, obviously, on the animals. So just to close, I just request that you postpone tonight's vote and please give it further consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
I was really looking forward to Robert Glasgow, 2510. I was really looking forward to coming up here and saying, I know you can't believe it, but I have no comment. But a couple things that were said that have kind of brought things up to me.
Sir, I need you closer to the microphone, please.
No problem. A month or two ago, I came in here and complained about the truck traffic going to the landfill, which is right around the corner from us, and asked if you would enact, or could you enact an ordinance locally so that our officers could find these trucks that are taking the unprescribed route. They're getting off 78, heading toward Shrin, like that's where they're going. They go right by Shrin and they take all the back roads over Alvin. I followed one down Apple Butter the other day, and it was like the difference between the Roadrunner and the Coyote. And I was doing 40, and that guy just took off away from me like I was standing still. It's dangerous. Different people complain. It gets me that you have no problem going to approve a conditional land use permit in no time flat for the landfill. But when we as concerned citizens ask you to do something about the truck traffic, codifying ordinance, whatever it takes, whatever the language is, so that they can't do that, as far as I can tell, nothing's still been done because they're still going. So to answer the fellow that asked on Easton Road about the truck traffic and what it will be like, well, it's not going to get any better, I can tell you that.
Next is, I can't read the handwriting, it's K-A-T-H, there's an R, and then there's M-C-G-O-N-M. Kathy R. McGon.
He doesn't know anybody who volunteers for this.
My name is Kathy Mitchell McGovern. I live at 4260 Lower Saucon Road in Hellertown, third generation. Many things to say. First, this is the third time only for myself, I apologize, but I've sat here for hours knowing how this is going to end up. I also know that there's going to be another lawsuit against Lower Saucon Township, so now we'll be up to 5. We will also spend more money on useless lawsuits that we could have used for the residents. Easton Road breaks my heart. Easton Road used to be beautiful. To the lady with the shaking, I feel terrible for you. I think about you every day. When I was on the planning commission, we talked about putting a third lane in there. They were gonna do all of these beautiful trees, they were gonna do this, that, and the other thing, so the trucks could go off to the side to pull into the industrial park. Never happened. Easton Road is an overburdened community. They have too much noise pollution, they have too much light pollution, they have too much traffic, too much diesel fuel. It's an overburdened community. Those people need our support. You should be telling them to call their own realtor to see if their property value is going to change if they go from residential to light industrial. You can't have a shooting range in light industrial. That's just common sense. They need to call their realtor and ask a realtor what's going to happen. Why you're picking on these people is beyond me. It's amazing to me. You have 2 empty shopping centers in Hellertown. You have an empty shopping center in 378. 378's been empty forever. It had taps, it had revolutions, it's just like a rolling circle. Put your money over there. Put your homes over there where they can just go right out onto 378. Leave these poor people alone. The amount of people in homes that you have disrupted since you've been on this council is appalling.
One more time, Brad Snyder.
Brad Snyder, 2290 Eastern Road. I guess, my thought with hearing other people's comments on how the road has changed over the past 10, 20 years. And it did have a country feel 20 years ago. In 78, you heard it, but it was somewhat quiet. Since Bethlehem did what they did, I personally am at a point where if changing it will allow somebody to buy me out, then I'm for it. If I'm going to have a warehouse in my neighbor's yard and I'm not going to get bought out, then I probably don't want to stare at another wall. But my noise has tripled since Bethlehem put in their crap across the street. And so if, and I guess, I would be in favor if everybody gets bought out and we can move to somewhere peaceful again, but that's not in my hands. But I had something else, but I can't remember.
Thank you, sir. We have Carol Riley Rice. Carol Riley Rice.
My name is Carol Riley Makis. I live at 2240 Riley Lane, right up the street from the church. I would just like to say that the baseball field is not owned by you. It is leased to you for 99 years. Not sure how many years are left on that lease. I also would like to say that the ordinance where the trucks and the traffic come out onto Easton Road, right now the warehouse that is closest to Cherry Lane, there's a chain up there. I think that we need police to be there on a regular basis. There is a van that comes every morning and drops off a bunch of people to work there. The van picks them up in the afternoon. There's also cars that come out onto Easton Road that drive right next to the chain fence. I have photos of it. They're driving over the trees, over the dirt, because they don't want to drive to the area over in Bethlehem where they are supposed to come in and out of that new, whatever it's called over there. Also, I want to know what's going to happen with the church and the cemeteries. There are 3 cemeteries. I sit on the board for the cemeteries. There has been no notification. I was at the church last night, and they had no idea that anything is going up for rezoning. There is also a school bus stop at the end of Mockingbird Hill, which is right across from the church. They have picnics and all kinds of things there. So now we're gonna come out of church to go across the street to the Grove, and there's tractor trailers whizzing by there. The noise is outrageous. The tractor trailers, how long is it gonna take me to get home from work from Cherry Lane to my house? It's a mile. It can take up to 15 minutes just to get home because of the traffic. So I'm asking that you table this, you cancel it, you find somewhere else to put this stuff. I mean, if you want it next to your house, maybe you should do that, but I don't want it next to my house. I don't care if you put small businesses in there, I do not care what goes in there. The people live there. We have lived there all of our lives. That is all farmland that has been handed down generation to generation. You don't want to tell us what you want to put there. You want to put warehouses in there. You should come and live there. There are bright lights. There is loud noise. You can hear the music that the people are playing inside the warehouses at our house. Not only you can hear all the traffic on 78, the racing like someone said, especially the motorcycles, and the brakes coming down the hill. So, if you are going to put stuff there, maybe you guys should come out and see what it's really like to be there before you go ahead and change the rest of everything that we have. That's all I have to say.
This is the sign-in list for ordinance number 2023-01. I don't see anybody else that's, is there anybody else that has not signed in that wishes to speak on this? There's a gentleman. So if you can come forward, if there's anyone else, if you would identify yourself now so we can do another swearing in.
Let's see, I have a question.
Do you wish to speak?
Yes.
So then if you would just identify yourself for the record here.
Kelly Riley Rice.
Hold on a second. Gentlemen, sir, if you would identify yourself first, we just keep track of this.
Earl of Flam, 1433 Manor Drive.
Hold on a second, sir. Ma'am, what's your name, ma'am? You identify yourself?
Kelly Riley Rice.
Okay. So the two new witnesses that wish to speak will need to be sworn in, so you both can stand and be sworn by the court reporter.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you for taking the questions today. Just a point of clarification, confirmation. The GB1 and the GB2, that's going to go to the GB. In looking at it, the usage does not really change as far as the opportunities for what can go in there. But one thing, just for the people in this room where it does impact them, there is a change to the setbacks, and I would ask that that be acknowledged, because that is important.
So there's a difference in the two different zones?
And Mr. Treadwell, if you could correct me if my interpretation is incorrect. So right now with the GB1, the setback is 50 feet, front, side, back. For a GB2, it's 30, 15, 30. With the GB, it goes to 25, 15, 30, regardless.
That's correct. The GB regulations are 25 front, 15 side, 25 rear. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, just for point, if you could offer the same respect to your right side as you do to your left side this evening, that would be appreciated.
I'm sorry, Kelly Riley Rice.
Yeah. Never did anything easy. My name is Kelly Riley Rice, and my main question is why does it have to be changed to light manufacturing? Why can't it be changed to general business? You know, why can't it be changed to what the other section of this is being changed to if it's just for small business? Because light manufacturing to me changes it to put warehouses there. Whereas if you're going to put a little coffee shop there, that's a little bit different than putting a 1 million square foot warehouse in there. So my question is, why can't it be zoned
general the GM or G, whatever, instead of light manufacturing.
It could be. I mean, that's the decision that this council makes after having a public hearing and hearing all the discussions. I mean, it could be zoned GB, it could be zoned, light industrial. Those are decisions, and the reason that we have these ordinances are advertised, and the reason that we have these public hearings are so that people can come and express their opinions and give their comments, and then council can make a decision as to what the most appropriate zoning designation for that area is.
So my question then is the final decision today then?
As you heard Mr. Bonona say earlier, it might be.
Okay.
I mean, once we close this hearing, then council's going to have the opportunity to vote on whether to adopt the ordinance or not. I don't know what's going to happen, but.
Okay, I just want to say I'm all for small businesses, I'm just not for warehouses, so. That's all I have.
For the gentleman that spoke just before that, 25, 15, and 30 are the yard requirements. I think I read the LM yard requirements. The GB ones are 25, 15, and 30.
Yes, thank you.
So would they be non-conforming then, people that got reversed?
You mean people that live on Easton Road now?
No, we're talking about the GD, whoever was up here.
Well, the GB is mostly along, yeah, but if somebody lives in the GB district and they are closer than one of those setbacks, then yes, they're not
It would be
conforming.
non-conforming.
They don't have to do anything about it.
No, I know, unless they want to add on or do something with the zoning. I want to ask a question of the audience. Most people here, I think, are concerned about the Easton Road rezoning. Is there anybody here, except that other person that got up for the GB district? Anybody here concerning that? So I think people are comfortable maybe with, you're going to raise your hand, with the changing of that on 412 and 378. It's just the Easton Road one. And I would really, in fact, can we make motions during the public hearing?
No, I want to wrap up the hearing and then we'll take whatever action comes.
Okay, because I really feel that there's significant issues here. And I'd like to thank Kathy, because you were on the planning commission, and you do remember the city of Bethlehem sending us stuff. So I'm not making it up.
Oh, no.
There was a lot of discussion with the township.
Yeah.
COVID came. So, go back and check the minutes. People are good at doing that. So I guess what I'm hearing is a lot of things that administration needs to look at. And if a meeting with the city should be set up, and, the president could be on that and work to.
So what you're saying, Priscilla, is you would like to continue this discussion about the Easton.
For the, yes, but the other, if we can vote separately to do that, I'm not sure.
We're going to hold separate.
So I think this discussion is more appropriate after we close the hearing.
Got it. Oh, yeah, I'm
before we
sorry.
decide. So right now, we're just taking evidence on this.
Actually, Jason, I have a question. How many homeowners live on Easton Road that are being rezoned or proposed to be rezoned? Is there 50? Is there 75? Is there 100?
I don't know that answer as to how many houses out there are occupied. I don't know the answer.
And before we close the hearing, Mark, you done, sorry? Mark, you done?
Yes, if we don't have the answer yet.
An issue that came up before when we were talking about the overall zoning for the township is something that's called a substantive validity challenge. And that is, if I understand it correctly, where a developer would come in seeking to use some part of the township and basically argue and file a lawsuit against the township that we do not provide enough space for certain permitted uses. So what we're proposing here is light manufacturing, and the only other part of the township that is zoned light manufacturing, I believe, is off of Apple Butter Road, adjacent to the landfill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So is the township at risk of a substantive validity challenge at some point? I'm not saying that there's anything looming right now, but could the township be challenged because of not having adequate or sufficient or large enough light manufacturing areas to accommodate the needs for somebody wishing to do something in the township?
I think that the answer to that question, unfortunately, is it depends. The light manufacturing district that exists in Lower Saucon Township now, which is out along the Apple Butter Road area, is not that large. And it's always a case-by-case basis as to whether the township has enough land area zoned for each type of use that is common across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So if this ordinance were to pass and that strip that you see out on Eastern Road is changed to R40, it would make it less likely that someone could file a substantive validity challenge and say that we don't have enough area zoned for that light manufacturer. I can't say it's going to guarantee it one way or the other, but
it's because this would show a good faith effort to at least try to increase the light manufacturing areas and accommodate those needs.
well, and it adds the amount of acreage that is zoned light manufacturing.
But that doesn't mean that we can't put small businesses.
Well,
That's what I'm saying, so small businesses could be put in that zone.
But warehouses need to be taken out. And the light manufacturing, the Ellen's on Apple Butter Road, does have public sewer and public water, so that's the ideal place to put it. And I recall when we had a planner that used to work with the township's engineer, Judy Goldstone, she always would say that we are balanced in our zoning districts. And I know that was a big concern to council when we acquired the Hope Valley Park, because there was a developer that wanted to come in there and put, I don't know, condos, like a large number of condos, and whatever district that was before the park, we were afraid that we were taking away that type of a zoning away from the mix. And she was very clear that it wasn't, so.
Well, I also
remember that
remember,
conversation, which is-
yeah, I do, and I remember a memo from Judy that said we needed to look at our zoning map because there was issues, we had issues with light industrial. So, yeah, I mean, it's been looked at before,
Right.
and, you know, the world keeps changing.
Yeah, we have-
And if you don't change with it, then,
But we have real people in the real houses that we have to take care of. And-
so I'm not advocating for it one way or another, I'm explaining what it is.
I'm explaining, I'm advocating like this. So, I see Mark writing away here, making lists. So he's writing down things.
All right, well, before, if there's no other public comment on this specific ordinance.
I'd like to
before we
speak.
close the hearing.
I'd like to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
I'm probably the oldest guy in this room.
All right, so you need to identify yourself. So you need to identify yourself.
My name is David Landers, and I live at 2156 Eastern Road.
Hold on a
I've lived
second.
there since 1979.
Sir, hold on. Sir, hold on. You have to be sworn in, okay? So the court
Okay,
is going to swear you
I
in.
swear I'll do it.
Hold on for a second. I think there's somebody else who now wants to talk as well. Is that ma'am?
Yes, I'm not.
All right, so ma'am, I'd like you to stand up as well, and you're going to be sworn in, and we'll take testimony from these two additional. And first, gentlemen, anyone else going once, going twice? Okay. Three.
You swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, all the best.
All right, so identify yourself for the record, please.
My name's David Landers, I live at 2156 Eastern Road. I've lived there since 1979. I've seen the changes come and go. Actually, I lived there when Bethlehem Steel was operating and the Coal Works was operating. And I know Mrs. DeLeon was a kid when I moved there. So I've been around this Saucon Valley for some time. My next move from my home on Saucon Valley Road is going to be to the Purdy Gates. So, the worst thing you can do is make that a light manufacturing strip of land. Worst thing you do. You got, along that road, you got the cemeteries, you got a church,
The one building across from the church, that's a historical building. And we have the time when they was gonna put the warehouses in, they said that there would not be any trucks exiting on Easton Road or entering on Easton Road. But that's a lie. They're doing it now. It's time you put a stop to it. That's one of the things you can stop. I tell you now. The other thing is that if you put a couple small businesses in there, a light manufacturing in there, you know you're gonna have more traffic. That road cannot even support the traffic it's taking now. I turn around to get out of my driveway. I used to be able to back out of it. I'd look up and down the road in about 2 seconds I'm out of my driveway. Now, sometimes it takes 5 or 6 minutes to just get out of my driveway. So the worst thing you can do is make that a light manufacturing thing. I understand these people who would like to sell their house. I've never seen a house there that went up for sale that didn't sell pretty quickly on that stretch of road in all the years I'm there. And I know that some of the older people have died off and some new people have moved in, and I know what they're going through with the trucks. I hear them every day. But they come down through there at speeds. I'm telling you, I'm actually half a mile from Cherry Lane, I guess. And by the time the truck hits me where I'm living, they're doing 60 miles an hour. Some of them. They do put their Jake brakes on. Now, I understand that the police is busy. I support the police 100%. But the thing you're trying to do here is wrong. Represent the people of Lower Saucon as people of Lower Saucon, not as a taxpayer, not as someone that, it doesn't matter. But I'm telling you, the wrong thing to do is make that light manufacturing. And if you want to do that, I'm going to tell you, I'll hold out on my land. I won't sell it no matter what. You know, and I think everybody else should do that here too. And that way, we can control the whole thing. No matter who comes, we protest against it. No matter who wants to buy, we protest against it. No matter who wants to move into that area, it's the light manufacturer, we protest against it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. I did not get your name up. Why don't you get your name for the record?
My name is Donna Gallagher. I live at 2314 Eastern Road.
I need you close to the microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I've lived there for 74 years. My parents built my house. And I helped at 5 years old to build my house. I was hammering in nails. Now, this last session you said the township is low on the LM properties you need for something or another. Are you just sacrificing us on Easton Road to accommodate you to have enough of the LM district? If that's the case, shame on you, because I want to live in my house that I lived in when I was born. I was married and spent 50 years with my husband on that property, and I intend to stay there.
Thank you, ma'am. So if you identify yourself, please.
My name is Frank Sweat. I live at 2280 Easton Road. So I just wanted to ask about the other gentleman had asked about the setback changes. That was a concern of mine. If we're going from R40 to LM, what is the setback changes? Because as of right now, I think it's like 50 feet altogether, 20 on one side.
The gentleman was talking about the GG district, so in the L.
Are you going to be able to put a warehouse right up against my property, or 5 feet off it, or how close would that be?
In the LM district, the front yard minimum setback is 25 feet, the side yard is 15, and the rear yard is 25.
15.
15 is the side yard. Yeah.
And what is the back?
That's 25.
25. Everybody realizes that's like majorly different from where we're at now, especially if it's a commercial building.
What's your setback now?
I believe it is 50 total, 20 on one side, 30 on the other, but it has to equal 50 altogether.
And the R40 doesn't.
In the R40, I believe that is how it is, but maybe the zoning officer could chime in with that exact number, or maybe you have that information.
I don't have it from me.
But you have stuff about L&M and G and D, okay.
Well, I just read it from the ordinance today.
Okay.
I don't have your existing.
Okay, anyway, so, backing up what the other gentleman said, I've lived here since 1988, and somewhere around there. These houses sell all the time. So if you're unhappy in your house, sell it. It's gonna sell. The only problem is that you've given somebody, or you've decided that you could possibly change this to an L&M area, or LM area. So now people have found it desirable to purchase these properties, but they're stringing people along. They're giving them ideas of money up front, above and beyond what they're gonna get. They're also giving them offers, but the contracts they're offering are unending contracts. So if you sign with this developer, you better make sure there's an end date on your contract. Otherwise, you're gonna be drug along forever and you will be locked in, you will never be able to sell. So I personally feel that changing this area from R40 to LM is a terrible idea. And you want to do it to appease developers from outside the residents, but what about the people that live there and are paying the taxes and are happy there? We're happy there. We have no desire to sell. We have no desire to move. It's a great location. Yeah, it's noisy. Yeah, it's a little slower on the road now with the trucks, and more trucks would make it worse. So, so how would you like it if we come along and we rezone your neighborhoods? I think your neighborhood might be a great LM area. I don't know where you live, but maybe we should look at your neighborhoods. This is our neighborhood, and like you said, we've all become like a family on that road. And changing this is going to destroy that. You're going to take a nice residential area and make it more business. That's all. Thank you.
No, I have a couple more things. I just wanted to point out before we close the hearing that we did receive, the township did receive a letter from the LVPC, the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, dated February 24th, 2023, that basically said that the proposed amendments were consistent with the LVPC's overall plan. I also wanted to point out that the ordinance was advertised. We have 3 affidavits prepared by the township manager. One is an affidavit of legal advertisement that states that when the ad was run in the newspaper, the express times on March 3rd and March 13th. There's an affidavit of property posting that states that the properties were posted and there are pictures. And there's also an affidavit of mailing that states that the proposed notice and the advertisement were mailed along with, I think, the map on too, right, Mark? To the property owners, the people who own property within the areas proposed to be rezoned in the proposed ordinance 2023-01. That's it. Other than that,
those are all part of it.
Those are all part of it. I don't have anything else.
All right, since that seems to conclude the hearing, I'll make a motion to conclude the public hearing and potential adoption of ordinance 2023-01, the amended zoning map text for 378 412 Eastern Road areas. Have a second.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Ms. DeLeon, how you vote? Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bananas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Before council discusses or decides what to do with the ordinance, in order to clear up the mistake that I mentioned earlier, I would ask that you make a motion to replace exhibits 3 and 4 in ordinance 2023-01 with the new ones that show those 3 properties not being changed from R40.
I'll make a motion to replace exhibits 3 and 4 with the revised maps.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bananas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so we'll do this orderly. Mark, do you have any questions or comments before we make a motion with regard to ordinance number 2023-01?
No, I'm good.
Sandy?
No. Actually, are we doing all 3 at the same time?
It's a single ordinance with all 3.
The ordinance as written and what's in front of you tonight would change all the areas
That's right, I just wanted to
shown.
double check
Yes.
that, first of all. Actually, I would really like to pull out the Eastern Road one and have more discussion about it here. The other 2 I'm fine with, but that's just my own, I think we need to look at the LM and better understand it and have the community better understand it.
I don't have any questions. Tom, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, so
Yes, did we get a planning commission letter? Should that have been read into the record?
Do we get letters or memos, Mark? Yeah, there's a memo from the planning commission that they recommended approval of both ordinances.
No condition, you pass on, unless you skipped it.
Yeah, it's in your packet. Oh, you did. You have copies of it.
Okay, just checking. And I was with Sandy that, and I started off by saying this, and like I started off saying this, well, started 2020 when Luke Hector came and tried to, I'll just say his name out loud. When he came and wanted to make offers and buy people's houses and offer them a little bit above market value. And we sent him packing and said, you gotta come back with a plan for truck traffic, traffic, and he never came back until this got on the agenda now. So I really feel like with Sandy that we should pull the Eastern Road out, and if Lindy can tell us how we can vote, make a motion, I'll make a motion to do that, but I'm not sure how to word it.
well, I'm going to propose that we make a motion with regard to the ordinance as written. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't pass, it will consider All right, so I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2023-01 to amend the zoning map in section 378-412 Easton Road areas.
I'll second.
And my understanding is correct, this is the 3 of them, the 412, the 378, and the Easton.
The ordinance as currently is written.
We're here about 412,
Yeah.
We're here for 12.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote? Mr. Bananas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeo, how do you vote?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, I'm gathering that there are a number of people that are here simply for that hearing and that they may want to adjourn at this point. If that's the case, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute recess to allow those individuals to leave if they so choose. I would ask that if you are leaving, please leave in an orderly manner, and we're going to take a recess for 5 minutes to make a meeting at 7:47.
surprise ending.
Yeah, right, you did a good job.
Bye-bye. That's right, I do all that at home. I swear them all up and down. Yeah, publish all kinds of
Well, I get everybody to come down.
Are you going to see Chris? No, I guess she left right away. I owe somebody for a pizza. The only thing is, I work Saturday. Yeah, I work on Saturdays. I can't pick it up at that time. We know.
I know, it was so hot today, I had a sweater on. I went home, I was out for 10 minutes, and
I ordered two. And it was $15. Well, if not, she can give it to me then when I pick up the pizza, but just write it down. Yeah, Dennis is the developer. Oh, okay. All right, and yeah, and if she wants to drop it off at my work, instead of picking it up at what time is it? I said, yeah, I work in advance office on Main Street. Yeah, she picked up money there. Yeah, she wants to drop them off there up until 2 o'clock. So, because am I going to remember this? I can send her a text. Yeah, tell her. Send a text. Okay, that's good. Because, you know, it's that thing. Yeah. Right. Okay, thanks.
2023-02.
Please, sir.
Amending the zoning map of the Lanesville area. I'll make the motion to open the hearing. I'll second it.
They don't want you.
Mr. Carucci, how do you vote? Ms. Leon, how do you vote? Opening the hearing. Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
He's not even here.
Temporarily, yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Penonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 abstention.
Yeah. All right. Should be here, but I'm gonna start.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'll start, before I explain the substance, I'll just do some housekeeping. So, this is ordinance number, proposed ordinance 2023-02. Again, as with the previous ordinance, 2023-01, there is a letter from the LVPC to the Ohio Planning Commission dated February 24th, 2023, that's basically the same letter. They reviewed both ordinances in one letter and again found them to be consistent with the Lehigh Valley Comp Plan. The Planning Commission also, Lower Saucon Planning Commission.
Just let the record reflect that Mark Engels joined us.
The Lower Saucon Township Planning Commission also recommended the adoption of this ordinance. And again, the township manager has prepared an affidavit of legal advertisement that states it was advertised in the Express Times on March 3rd, March 13th. An affidavit of property owner mailing that states that it was mailed to the property owners who reside and own property in the area proposed to be rezoned, and that mailing took place on February 17th. And then an affidavit of property posting that says the properties were posted on March 6th and March 7th in areas determined to be, along with pictures of where they were posted in areas determined to be sufficient to notify people of this hearing. So those are just some house cleaning items. Moving on to the substance of ordinance 2023-02. Again,
Sorry, did you say advertisement in the newspaper?
I did, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think. I did. Well, if I didn't, it was advertised in the newspaper on March 3rd, March 3rd. So again, this is ordinance 2023-02. This is another different amendment to the zoning map. All of these properties are located in the 412 area. There are no text amendments with this ordinance. It's purely a zoning map change, so we can go straight to the map. And thank you, Stacy. As you see in front of you on this map, there are various different areas that are proposed to be changed from what they are currently designated from a zoning perspective to GB. And as we discussed previously, the GB zoning district that was a part of the last ordinance that was adopted, these properties would now be changed out of the 412 area to GB. The first area is up in the top left. You see it says area changing from R80 to GB. That's that small uncolored white area where the arrow is pointing. That's approximately 2.5 acres. Again, it's R80 now and it would change to GB. Down at the bottom of the left-hand side, there's an area that's shown where the arrows are pointing, changing from R40 to GB, and that's approximately 31.53 acres total. So you can see those on the screen in front of you. Above where GB is now, there's an area R40 that would be changed to GB, and below where the GB1 is now, there's an area that would be changed to GB. On the right-hand side, the first from the bottom going up, the first area is the yellow triangular type piece that you see in the center of the screen. That is currently zoned R12, and this ordinance proposes to change it to GB. The dark line that goes down the middle between the R12 and the GB is Route 412, so you know that that's now on both sides of 412 would be GB. Moving up from the bottom is the GB1 to GB. Again, as we talked about before, that's 15.96 acres. The next area is the GB2 to GB, which is 3.70 acres, also part of the previous ordinance that was adopted. The next area is the mobile home, what's zoned mobile home, which is that turquoise kind of blue color. That is proposed to be changed from mobile home to R12 to match the R12 that's to the right of it, the yellow color, so that turquoisey color would go to yellow. And then there's the area, this black square within the turquoise at the top of the page that would be changed from mobile home to general business, and that's approximately 7.18 acres. So if you slide up to the next exhibit, please, Stacy. This exhibit shows what that area would look like in terms of zoning if this ordinance were to be adopted. So the area in the red with the grayish undercolor and the red crosshatch, that's the entire GB area that would now be created out along the 412 corridor. So on both sides of 412, the properties that front would be zoned general business. The R12 to the right was the area that I discussed previously. Used to be mobile home park district, now changing to R12 to match the R12 yellow to the right. So that is the extent of the map changes in this ordinance, proposed map changes. And again, there are no text changes in this ordinance, so it's solely whether or not council wants to change the map in the way that I just described. So the first thing would be, council have any questions or comments, then we can open it up to.
So explain the difference between the one we just voted on.
Go back a second, Stacy, to the exhibit 1. So what we just voted on, you see where it says GB1 in purple, and then the light blue little stem, I'll call it, that goes up from there. Those, the ordinance that you just adopted, changed those to GB. Right? So this is acknowledging that those changed to GB. From GB1 to GB2, they're now GB. That's the only thing that happened in the proposed ordinance and the previous ordinance in the 412 area. The other changes happened on 378 and now out on Eastern Road. This ordinance here acknowledges that GB1 and GB2 went to GB and then changes some of the R40 to GB, some of the R80 to GB, some of the R12 to GB, as I just described each of those color blocks, and also changes some of the mobile home to GB and some of the mobile home to R12.
So why did you separate these ordinances?
I thought, we as the staff thought it would be less complicated than trying to do them all at once. So if you slide up again, please, Stacy. That, again, what you see in front of you on the screen is what it would look like if this ordinance were to be adopted.
Do you have any additional comments with regard to the maps or the text?
I do not know.
All right, Mark, any questions? Comments?
No.
Sam?
No.
I asked earlier with regard to the other zoning, with regard to anything that takes place, any development that takes place within this proposed rezoned area, that would still be subject to all the township zoning and all the township land development approvals, right?
Yes, so all the map change would do is to allow certain uses that are permitted in GB to be proposed on the areas that you see now there as GB. Any land development or any other type of application needs to come before the township showing what it is that they want to do, and it's going to comply with the other township ordinance.
There's nothing in here that would prohibit the current uses of the properties within those areas, right?
Correct, there is not.
And I know a number of residents had asked questions in the first hearing. What we're proposing here would not make any changes to their taxes as long as they continue to use the properties consistent with their current use. Obviously, if they were to put in a pool or build a bigger house or do something different, that would affect their tax. Correct. So, Tom?
quick question. Right now on Reading Drive, there's a junkyard. Am I to be understanding that right now it's zone R40?
Okay, let's Tracy, Stacy. Okay, for the previous map.
And we're basically now just changing that to
Just slide it up a little, so I can
Sample
see, ready to drive a little better. All right, so
yeah.
right now, which property, I don't know which property, where it is.
Reading Drive, the junkyard.
Yes.
Technically a non-conforming, correct?
If you know on the map which property it is. It's this one here. Okay, all right, so yes, that is now zoned, that is currently zoned R40, and if this ordinance gets adopted, it would be zoned GB.
Okay.
No, I don't have a question this time.
And just so that I'm clear, properties that are within this area that are being proposed are currently being used inconsistently with what zone? As I understand it, there's a nursing home, there's a junkyard, there's a giant shopping center, there is a garage or some other facility that's down the corner of Baptist Church Road, correct?
There are some properties that are being used in ways other than what the current zoning are. I can't say all.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah, there are some.
All right, so I will open it up. There are a number of people who had signed up on the sign-in sheet for ordinance number 2023-02. All of those who signed in, I can read off their names, you can get a reminder. Paul Seller, Craig Hay, David Becker, Christina Zingafus, Kevin Jordan, Ron Arnold, Julius Schlerin, and Matt Connolly. If you would all stand up and be sworn in.
Could I add my name to that list, sir, so we can knock this out now?
Sure.
Britt Ash, C-R-I-T-A-S-H, 1917 Leedsville Road.
Can you say it again, sir?
Yeah, Britt Ash, B-R-I-T-A-S-H, 1917 Leedsville Road.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Andrea Witcher.
Okay. Anyone else?
Stacy Lazensky,
Okay. Can you spell it?
MISCZNSKI.
Okay. All those who will be testifying, please stand. Court clerk will swear you in.
You swear or affirm that the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
I do.
All right, first up is Paul Sell.
My name is Paul Sell. I live at 1985 Pearson Avenue. I bought it back in like 1982 from Guy Lesser, Chief of Police. I put a new home up and everything. I'll go with the plan, whatever you guys want to do, but you should listen to us, what we would like to do. We finally got a road up there. We didn't have a road. We got water. We got sewer lines going up the street, but we can't hook in. We have a pump station down at the end of my road that the Giant pumps over, and they pump that out all the time. Traffic is horrendous. You can't make a right off our road and go down to the intersection of 412 to make a left because you're afraid you're going to get killed. People are coming down the road from Lightsville, coming into town, all hours of the night, Jake breaks. Where's the signs for brake retarders not to be used? The police should have that there, and sometimes the police are sitting down there, and that's all good and dandy, but if they don't go out and get them and tell them they're not supposed to be using their brake retarders coming into Hellertown. Traffic light. We need a traffic light. We're right across from Meadows Road. We can't use Meadows Road because of the bridge, but you know, up where Giant is, where that traffic light is, if they would only put a road going straight across over to Springdown Hill Road, I could have came down, made a left, went up, made a right, and came right out to the traffic light and waited, and then drove down the road. And not be afraid to get killed. Then I find out through the grapevine that they're wanting to put a mini mall across from Giant.
Sir, who told you that?
There's people that talk. But that's why you're buying all that land there, so you can put more stuff. We're not buying the land, you're rezoning it so that people can do that.
I have never heard one person say anything about a mini mall in that area in 20 years. Not one person. So if that is in fact the case, then somebody out there has a lot more information than I do.
Well, and then, when are we gonna get the septic hooked up?
So that's an issue that you need to address with the water authority. We're not the water authority, so you have to go to the next door. The gentleman who's the director of the water authority is Bill Ross. You have to have a conversation with him as to what the water authority is doing in terms of hookups or anything else.
Because we've been living there for 15 years.
So we can't help you with that, sir. We're not the water authority, not the sewer authority.
You don't want to help?
Township council. No, I can't help you because we don't have any control over it. It's an independent authority that controls the water and sewer in the township. So we cannot dictate what to do. We're independent. We have to take the concerns of that.
Can you do anything about the Jake breaks and stuff and the trucks coming in real fast?
That's Route 412, which is a state road, it's a PennDOT road, and it's not a township owned or controlled road. So that's an issue that you have to take up with PennDOT because it's their road. We don't own it, we don't control it.
So it sounds like you really don't care about it, you just
No,
want
I
to pass
don't
the
care about it.
buck.
I'm not passing the buck. I have no control over it.
I've been in the military 25 years, I know how they pass the buck.
I'm sorry you feel that way. sir.
Thanks for not listening.
Okay. All right, next is Craig Hay. Craig Hay.
My name is Craig B. Hay. I live at 1980 Springtown Hill Road. I also live in the Bermuda Triangle, which you guys don't want to talk about. The following is a legal disclaimer. Anything said by myself that is not an obvious and/or provable fact may be considered my opinion. Last time I looked, I still am allowed to have one of them. Unfaithful servants, and those few who actually care. Much obliged for your campaign of lies, omissions, disinformation, misdirection, propaganda, and chicanery. So what's going on? The direct and indirect benefits to moneyed interests, interests outside our community, are obvious. I will repeat that. Interests outside our community. The benefit to those who lord over our future is there if you care to look. And what is not clear, and what we all want to know, is what's in it for us. Higher taxes, increased vehicular traffic, increased accidents and roadkill, future runoff into the Saucon Creek, excessive traffic and noise at all hours, more litter, worse roadways. I can go on all night. What a deal. We're all residents of Hellertown Park. Hellertown Park must be on the wrong side of 412. Living here, we've seen sewage repeatedly promised. Millions of taxpayer dollars wasted on nowhere studies and zero sewage. When Giants money came calling, there was zero infrastructure from them either. But money talks, and LSD springs to action, providing a holding tank at the intersection of 412 and Springtown Hill Road behind the cycle fence. And it's for Giants crap. Money talks, citizens balk. To the present, money comes calling again. Moneyed interests outside our community trump those of the citizen taxpayer, who is your boss. Follow the money. We've been here since the beginning, but remain denied. This was, this is, and this must remain our community. It is not your empire. Hellertown Park has zero value in the minds and plans of the powers that be. We are pawns holding up your future. Hellertown Park has lost all credible ties, severed by our own governmental body. Hellertown Park has the right, Hellertown Park has the ability, and Hellertown Park has the precedent to secede from said township. We appeal to the County of Northampton to hear our pleas. Our community would then benefit from the protection of the county ending a reign of tyranny. Money is talking again. Citizens will be walking next. Today it's us, tomorrow may be you. Short term, you possess the power to seal our fate. Long term, we possess the power to seal yours. As this body acts tonight, you shall seal your own fate, with judgment waiting in the wings. Everyone is watching. Everyone is watching you. Disrespectfully yours, Craig B. Hay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Becker. All right, next is Christina Ziegerfus. Christina Ziegerfus.
Hello, my name is Christina Ziegenfuss. I live at 2000 Pembroke Street, Hellertown. The mobile home park you guys want to slice up. My question is to you folks. We've been providing a sewer for years now. Now, they have holding tanks down right near I live, near the Giant. That's all for the Giant, okay? Now, we had our septic pump this year, right? We were told by Bethlehem Sewage there is no room for any more expansion, okay? So what do you go?
At the treatment plant?
Yes. So what is Lower Saucon going to do? Build their own treatment plant? So I'll put that to you. You forced us to take water. We have water, but it's substandard at best. There's this black goo that comes out on your faucet. So what are you going to do? Have our sewage leaking in the streets? Go back to medieval times? Your choice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kevin Jordan. Kevin Jordan.
Hello, my name is Kevin Jordan. I live at 1984 Springtown Hill Road. Like many of these people said, the traffic, everything else, the roads are a freaking parking lot during rush hours. Where are you going to put more traffic? And pretty much what everybody else said, but the other concern now came up when you said with the GB change, they could be 15 feet off the side. Well, that would put them 40 feet from my house. I have a small yard, there's only 20 feet at the one part of my corner yard. It's a non-conforming property. So if you gave them whatever you just said, they're 40 feet off my house. So I'll have a brick wall going up there, 3 stories tall. I don't think that's right. Do you? No, you don't, Jared.
What kind of building are you talking about?
Whatever they can put in over, from what I heard, Dana Keck, the person with the bison's in an agreement already for like 2 years. The guy that lives across from Giant with the stoplight, he's in agreement with I don't know what company. Probably the one that sent us a letter before, there's a letter that sent out last year proposing stuff that I got mailed. And they basically, they needed that property to connect because they needed that stoplight. And once they already got it, if this goes through, they're putting it in. Craig, do you have that paper maybe with you? The one that came last year?
May I respond, sir?
Sir, this is your opportunity to address council, not to have conversations.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was trying to get the paper if you had it to show her. But, I mean, they have conversations, there's something already planned to go in there. We don't know what it is, but why would they buy 5 acres?
Wasn't the authority?
You need 5 acres to build it.
To move that pump station?
Yeah, the authority, the Lower Saucon Township Authority, which is the provider of water and sewer in Lower Saucon Township, not this council, has a plan for a property located out in this area to move the current pump station to that property. I don't know whether that affects what some of these residents have discussed regarding their sewer, and I don't know who promised them sewer, but.
I remember years ago, we did studies on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, we forced us on it when they put the water
in Lakesville, but.
Well, but I'm sure that there is capacity in the Lower Saucon sewer line, but I just don't know how close the line is out there. That's a question for the Lower Saucon Authority.
I found the letter now. This is from Keystone Consultants from Nanette Keck. It was written, this letter is to inform you that Nanette Keck filed a subdivision application for property located at 17 Pleasant Road, Lower Saucon, comprising of 7.3 acres identified as tax map partial R7-11-2, the legal owner. The plan proposes a subdivision to create 2 lots, a 2.5 acre lot will contain an existing dwelling and other structures. The other 4 acre lot to be developed in the future. The sewage disposal needs and water supply for this subdivision shall be on lot facilities. And the copy is available at Lower Saucon Township.
What's the date of the letter, sir? What is the date of the letter? You have to show it, sir. Sir, you have to show it, just one of the date of the letter.
It's March 15th, 2022.
That's a subdivision plan that was
Yeah, they're buying 5 acres to build.
I don't know if anybody bought it or not, but
I talked to the guy that has the house by the stoplight. He says he's been under contract 2 years to sell if this goes through. So if you can't put 2 and 2 together, they'll very good
I
match.
mean, obviously, the idea and what was involved in the Lower Saucon Township Comprehensive Plan was the idea was to encourage economic development along the 412 corridor.
I understand some of that, but then my other problem is with that new GB, you're only gonna have a 15 side yard. That ain't right. It went from 50 to 15. Can you change that at least?
That's a minimum side yard, yeah, and any plan would have to come before this council.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do? Just rubber stamp it?
I don't-
Because they're gonna use every ounce of land they can get their hands on. You know they will.
When the plan comes before the planning commission and the council. it'll be
Well,
reviewed.
I'll guarantee you within 6 months, you're gonna have a plan in front of you, or less. It might come tomorrow as soon as you advertise.
You might be correct.
Yeah, you probably know about it too. I know about it from there.
All right, thank you, sir. Next is Ron Orle. Ron Orle. All right, I'll move on. Julius Schlerin. Julius Schlerin. All right, I'll move on. Matt Connolly. Matt Connolly. I'll move on. Britt Ash.
Yes. Good evening, everybody tonight. My name's Britt Ash. I live at the tip of the spear right there on the R12 map. You can see a little corner piece across from the old cemetery, Mount Pleasant Road. I back up to, you see it right there, that little corner triangle piece? Right there, that's my property. Mount Pleasant Road. We already have so much traffic coming off 412 down that road. It's a one-way road for people to come off. There's no exit onto Lightsville Road. If we change this to general business district, and I know the Buffalo Farm sold 2 days ago, so, and I know the person that owns the property across from the light also is under contract. So once they start developing this, how many people are going to be coming down Mount Pleasant Road and cutting through my property now? I mean, I have 30 cars a day cut through my property already. How many more are we going to have when we bring in another business across from Giant? Another, are they going to buy up the whole triangle, the Bermuda Triangle, as my neighbor so eloquently spoke? What are we going to do here? Like, my house is non-conforming. I'm 12 feet from the road, from Mount Pleasant Road. Who's going to buy that? What kind of general business we got? We have no plumbing, we have no sewage, we got no water, but the Giants got it. I'm confused as to where these people, where the traffic pattern is going to lie.
What are we gonna do with this? I know you say, you know, hey, you're allowed to keep your house as it is, you know, but when all my neighbors start selling and I'm at that little tip that doesn't sell, what do I got left? That's how I feel, guys. I know that progress is gonna move through us. I just think that we need a little more time to study this. We have people from out of town with deep pockets coming here and want to invest in Hellertown or Saucon, Lower Saucon Township, whatever you want to call it. These people don't have our best interests in mind. They have theirs. I hope you got our best interests in mind. Thank you.
Sir, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You said on a daily basis there are 30 vehicles that cut across your private property.
Absolutely.
So they're trespassing on your property.
Well, they come down Mount Pleasant Road, okay, towards Lightsville, and they can't, there's no exit. It's, you know, it says, you know, do not go on Lightsville Road from there, you know, in front of the cemetery. So these people come around, turn around the cemetery, come back on, get back on the 412 right through my driveway.
So that would be 210 vehicles a week. Have you contacted the police?
Absolutely. We've talked to the police years ago. Nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. But people are constantly pulling through that area because they can't go out back. They come down the road to go out on the Lightsville Road, 412, but they're not allowed to exit that way. So they turn around to the cemetery parking lot, come right through, and whip right through my parking lot, right through my driveway. I got 12-year-old kids. You know, I mean, I've never complained, but I just think that when we have more cars coming, when we have more development there, what's going to happen? I mean, my house is going to become a thoroughfare for these cars.
Thank you, sir.
Block the driveway. Appreciate you taking the time to hear me.
Thank you. Andrea Witchin. I would like to just expand on a comment made earlier because a number of people have asked the question, what will happen to the value of my house when any of these zoning changes come in? Mr. Treadwell has given you an answer, but he didn't answer your question. You asked what happens to the value of your house, meaning the market value. What can you sell it for? But he's given you an answer as to what would your taxes be. And what he's saying is that it would not change the assessment of your house. The assessment is only a number to determine how much you owe in taxes. It has absolutely nothing to do with what the market value of your house is. So you have now heard him several times this evening completely sidestep the question of what will happen to the market value of your house. And yes, it's true. As a finance person, I know that it could go up if somebody wants it for commercial usage and they don't care, or it could go down if nobody wants it for commercial usage and nobody's willing to buy it as a house. So nobody knows for sure, but you only got an answer to a question you didn't ask. Thank you.
I would like to respond to that because there were numerous questions about what happens to my taxes. Will my taxes go up? And that is the response that I gave about the assessed value. As far as the, let me finish please. As far as what the fair market value, what will happen to the fair market value of somebody's house in a rezoning, nobody knows that answer.
I will be happy to play this tape back. And you hear what your answer was to.
You yielded the floor. The solicitor responded. No, Tom, you were saying something?
Yeah, for about the past 4 years, 5 years, I've been on the Northampton County Road to Appeals. And when people appeal their assessed values for their properties, one thing the appeals board does is look at the market value or comparable sales to properties located in the near vicinity. So anybody who appeals their assessment and is lowered or increased, rarely increased, it's usually lowered, it is based on market value. So the woman is completely wrong. The assessed value of a property is valued based on the market value, because we look at comparable home sales, if it's a residence, in the immediate vicinity. So it is based on market value. You're completely wrong.
All right, thanks, Tom. We appreciate that insight. All right, the next person we have is Stacy Zinski.
Okay. Stacy Mazinski. I live in Warsaw. Can't hear you. So my question actually is about your mobile home section right there. So how did it get there initially? I believe it was because you needed to have affordable housing somewhere. Is that right? I mean, this map is awfully pink and gray. I don't see many mobile homes. Do we have another mobile home section in our township?
No.
No. So, did that ever happen because we needed a comprehensive plan that indicated affordable housing somewhere?
I don't know how it got there. It's been there for.
Well, it got there for a reason,
Probably
I'm
since the
sure.
first zoning map was adopted.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you're concerned about your map being consistent with current standards, and Allentown, Bethlehem, and Easton have to have this huge array of affordable housing and showing how they make it and how they process their justification for it, you just want to kind of do it away. Go bye-bye.
There are various zoning districts in Lower Saucon Township where you can do affordable housing and high-density housing.
But how did you get mobile home? Where did that come from?
I don't know. I told you,
So-
it was probably there in 1971 or whatever.
So did it get abolished from the comprehensive plan of Lehigh Valley? Like, I know there's mobile home parks, there's one in Bethlehem Township. There has to be some reason why it started there.
Probably at the time, the township determined that that was a good place for a mobile home park to be located.
Okay, but you could have just made it rural and say there's places where you could have affordable housing.
Oh, but if it's rural, you can't do them on a density that you could do. What the MH district did was provide more density. Houses much closer together.
Okay, so,
Than in rural, where you might have to have 1 or 2 acre lots to build a house.
so what is the definition for mobile home?
What is I think the definition for mobile homes actually in the vehicle code, but I can't recite it.
No, I mean, in your zoning, you have regs for general use, you've got regs for like business. What's your reg for mobile home? How is that classified?
Well, I would have to get the book and read the entire thing, but the
But here's
idea of
the
this.
thing, you don't know it, but you don't know it, yet at the same time, you don't know it.
You asked a question, you interrupted me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
The mobile home zoning districts, like we looked at the staff level, we determined that R12 was provided enough density for anybody that wanted to do that type of a development. So it doesn't matter whether it's MH or R12. Are you suggesting that you want it to stay MH?
What I'm saying is, if you don't know how it got there, how can you eliminate it?
Read.
I'm serious.
R12
There's
is
a
the same
reason,
thing.
isn't there a reason why you do with zoning? I mean, it just seems like you're missing something that could be, I don't know, liable for? I mean, it's obvious there's a mobile home for a reason. Now, I'm not advocating that I want to go live in a mobile home, but I'm just saying, typically, that's a way to have affordable housing. So if you're going to eliminate a whole entire section there, I think you might want to know how it was there to begin with. Don't you think?
Are you done?
Yeah,
He's trying to answer your question, and you don't seem to like his answer, so he's stopped trying to answer. So if you have other questions you want to ask us, you can.
well, I just want to make it of the record that you don't have another mobile home
You
section
already
in this
did that.
township, right?
You did that.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. All right, I think that concludes all those wishing to speak on ordinance number 2023-02. I'm sure. Go ahead, identify yourself.
Georgiana Torella, Spring Hill Road. I just had a couple
questions.
Just identify yourself and you be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that testimony about things the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God?
You say your name one more time.
Georgiana Torella, Springtown, Ohio.
Go ahead.
Can you list the specific business uses that are acceptable in GB that are not currently acceptable in R40?
Those are listed in the ordinance itself.
I'm going to go a step farther than that. The R40 is a residential zoning district, so there aren't many businesses at all that are allowed in R40.
So I'm just trying to figure out the MH area that's being proposed to change to R40.
MH would go to R12.
R12, excuse me. Can we get is that the newest map?
The next map.
That's the proposed. I think
That's the proposed map.
current map.
Okay.
That's the proposed map.
Okay. So we don't have a list of the specific uses that would be possible in GB that are not going to be possible in R12 or R40, any of the residential.
No, I'm going to say it again. R12 and R40 are residential zoning districts.
Right.
They don't normally allow businesses, maybe a home occupation or something. GB is a general business, that's where most of your commercial stuff is. So there's a lot of things that are allowed in GB that are not allowed in R12 or R40.
Okay, so we're not going to go through that. Have you
List them all if you want. Or read them.
And that would be good, right?
They're all in the ordinance.
Are there 20 or, is it 100?
50 maybe, I don't know. Or read. In the general business zoning district, you are allowed a nursery, commercial greenhouse, gas station, bank, financial office with drive-in, laundromat, gas station, grocery store, craft shop, beverage distributor, car wash, studio for art, dance, music, or photography, library, community center, cultural facility, hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, business office, research office, plant office, and laboratory park, fire and emergency station, government facility, owned by the township, hospital and extended care facility, commercial outdoor recreation, commercial indoor recreation, theater, club, lodge, or social business, restaurant, tavern, fast food, retail uses, store, convenience shopping center, vehicle and boat sales, truck and equipment sales, lawn, gardening, and farm equipment supply sales, building supply sales, hardware, funeral home, office, medical and professional, barber shop, beauty shop, other similar personal services, public utility facility, nursery school or daycare, martial arts school, nursing home or extended care facility, residential uses, rooming house, conversion, general agriculture, forestry, motor vehicle repair shop, outdoor advertising signs. Then there's a list of accessory uses, satellite dish expenses, non-commercial pools, tennis courts. That's pretty much your entire general business district uses.
And then I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Matt.
One of the things that you listed was hotel. Obviously, that would require a certain amount of space, may not fit into any of that area at all. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of what could possibly be listed. My next question is, have you considered the impact new businesses in the proposed GB zoning area could have on well and septic of the residential homes in those surrounding areas? Because this is a very small spot that would be backed up to a lot of residential homes.
I think we've already said that the uses are contingent upon complying with the township zoning ordinances and going through the planning process.
So if there was a negative effect, that would be considered at that time that was proposed?
Could be.
Well, it wouldn't move forward without that consideration, right?
It could be considered, depends on the body decides. Goes before the planning commission, goes before zoning.
Any development that is proposed on any property in North Saucon Township has to show how they're going to get their water and sewer, how they're going to handle it. So whether it's on lot or public.
My next question is, I understand that part of the reason of these zoning changes that are being made is because there wasn't enough of a specific designation needed within the Township.
Not on this one.
On the last one.
Previous ones, there were questions, but this one, the Lower Saucon pretty much has enough general business. This was based on the comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2020 and looking at the 412 area for economic development purposes.
Okay. What I was leading to was my question of what percentage of the township needs to be zoned MH, if any, because
I don't think MH needs to be part of the zoning
At all.
designation anymore, as long as there are other areas in the township where you can do high-density type housing.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
All right, I think that concludes the,
Excuse me, could I speak, please?
for identify yourself. You need to be sworn in as well.
Yep.
Is there anybody else?
Do you swear or affirm that testimony about the case of truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did. Thank you, and thanks for having this hearing tonight. My name is Mike O'Toole. I'm a resident of Edward Drive in the Pleasant Hill subdivision that's currently zoned R20. And I just want to back up a little bit about your map. I believe that the main street that you've identified on the map, both the proposed map and the existing map, is wrong. I believe that's either Sidersville Road or I believe that the tip of the spear there, I don't know if that's still Main Street or if that's Springtown Hill Road, where it says Main Street.
This is Mount Pleasant.
Mount Pleasant
No, it's
Road
not.
is about the
No,
red.
it's not.
That's Mount Pleasant Road.
That's Mount Pleasant Road.
Yeah.
And where it says Main Street is really Springtown Hill Road.
Yes, it is.
Okay? And that's kind of important. So I just want to tell you about my neighborhood. 5 years ago, a builder came in and built roughly 10 new custom homes, and young families have moved in there. And at the bottom of our subdivision are bus stops. And the area that you're proposing is probably got 3 bus stops on those streets bordering that. It's a concern of mine for the very traffic reasons that prior speaker gave earlier tonight. The tips of the spears of those triangles are very dangerous intersections. Where Sidersville Road intersects with 412, it's scary. If you try to go back to Giant and you live in my subdivision, you really are playing with fire every time you do it. You just got to be patient and make sure that both sides clear. You got to look several times to make it happen. And the fact that there is no egress on 412 on the other side, on the Mount Pleasant Road side, the problem with the turnarounds at the end of the street, it's bad. And I don't know how we're going to accommodate that unless traffic is restricted off of the new GB section in that triangle from entering or exiting onto Mount Pleasant Road or Springtown Hill Road. And then I just want to say, I think so much is done on the slide here. I've lost confidence in this body because 5 years ago, that R20 area was zoned R40, and it was changed so that and you might remember this, Mr. President, because you at the time were on the other board, and I spoke before the hearing board, the zoning hearing board. It was zoned R40. There was a lot of variances granted, to 300% on variances, just so they could build the homes. And by changing it to R20, it gave them different setback allowances that enticed the builder or enabled the builder to develop those lots. And nobody in our neighborhood knew that it was zoned R20 until after the fact. Because I don't get the what is the Times out of Easton, the Easton Times, and I wasn't home on March 3rd or March 13th. I mean, legally, I'm supposed to be notified, or I'm notified, but realistically, there's no way in heck I knew about that. And I found about what was going on here tonight, basically yesterday, on a text from a neighbor. And it's just very disturbing to me that this stuff is being voted on tonight without consideration of a traffic plan, a traffic study, or any acknowledgement to restrict what I think are kid-friendly spaces now for the Mount Pleasant Road area where there's, I know, 2 bus stops on that right now, and at the bottom of the Pleasant Hill subdivision on Mountain Hill Drive. There's young kids there. and they walk that route. You change that area to general business, and it's gonna be traffic. And it's very concerning to me. I'm very glad I don't have small children there. Anyway, thank you again for letting me speak.
All right, I think that concludes
Mr. President?
concludes the.
Mr. President, just a little possible enlightenment here.
Sir, I'm not recognizing you, okay?
That's all right, I don't recognize you.
I think that concludes our hearing. Concludes the witnesses. I'll make a motion to conclude the hearing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right.
To close the hearing, Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
What did you say?
I said no.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. 4-1, sorry. I apologize.
All right. Mark, any questions or comments about the potential adoption of ordinance number 2023-02, amending the zoning map for Fort Hall?
No.
Sandy?
No.
I do not have any, Tom?
No.
Priscilla?
Yes, when I look at the white area where the GB is, where all the GB areas got merged, it's like a big area, and when you look surrounding it, you see these residential zones. And I just think that that's too massive for that area, and it's a, I don't know what the word is, it's getting into their daily lives of people that live there, and I just can't support this. Looks like over.
Okay. You're done? Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2023-02 to amend the zoning map, to amend the zoning map for the Fort Hall area.
I'll second.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, I'm going to anticipate that some people in the public may not be interested in the remaining items on the agenda, so I'll propose we take another 5-minute recess to allow anybody who's not interested in the remaining items to leave the council meeting room. Any second? Any second?
Democrat again.
What we're hearing. More than an hour. Oh my
Grab Laura, get the empty bottle there and give it to her so she can get water. Give me both of them.
Well, that one's not quite empty.
Huh? Here.
Gene, is this yours or is this Mark's?
It's not mine.
Where'd you find it? I wouldn't have gotten far.
Yeah, just give it a good shake and don't worry about it.
Well, it's entertainment, right? It's like that dramatic. I do. That's right. See, wow. See you work now.
Those guys, just didn't go on site. These are more like an hour early. 6 months what is this appointment?
Yeah.
Just say it.
Thank you.
I'll call to order again the March 22, 2023 Saucon Township Council meeting. So, next item on the agenda is the public hearing and potential adoption of ordinance number 2023-03, revising chapter 170, vehicles in operation restrictions, vehicle traffic, revising chapter 170-23, stop intersections. So I will make a motion to open the hearing.
Second.
Excellent, you got some.
Mr. Hernandez, how do you vote to open hearing?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, Link, can we proceed?
Sure, this is ordinance number, proposed ordinance 2023-03. It would amend the chapter 170 of the Township Code, which is vehicles and traffic. And it would amend that section by prohibiting truck traffic on Ringhoffer Road for the entire length, Sherry Road for the entire length, and Countryside Lake for the entire length. So those three roads would have no trucks allowed. And it also changes the stop intersection at Pleasant View Road and Hillside Drive to turn it into a four-way stop. It's currently a three-way stop. Is that right, John?
That's correct. This comes in a very timely fashion since we had a tractor trailer stuck at the bottom of Ringhoffer Road and to make it off the bridge after he smashed into it. So this is very much needed.
You have to speak up, please.
Oh, I just said that this resolution is very needed as there was a very recent crash into the bridge at the bottom of Ringhoffer Road by a tractor trailer.
That was about 3-4 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, he was stuck and it took quite a bit to get him unstuck off the bridge. And we're very lucky that he didn't destroy the bridge.
And it also increases the fine from 50 to 100 violation. I'm sorry, 50 to 500
All right, Mark, any questions about ordinance 2023 revising chapter 170?
No, I think it's good.
All right, Sandy?
I'm fine.
I have no comments or questions. Tom?
No.
Priscilla?
No, no question.
All right, nobody signed in on the sign-in sheet for this hearing, so I will make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Angles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, I anticipate we have no other comments on this, so I will make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2023-03, revising chapter 170 vehicles in operation restrictions, vehicles traffic, revising chapter 170-23 stop intersections.
I will second it.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Angles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next we have developer items, there are none. Next are township business items. First on the agenda is the review of the 2022 comprehensive annual financial report in accordance with the budget advisory report of PAR. The Director of Finance will present council the prior year comprehensive annual financial report, CAFR CAFR. This report provides an overview of the township's audited transactions and supplements the auditor's DCED report filing and financial report typically received in June of each year. Kathy?
Thank you. As you can see, I'm not going to go through it all the way through. We are in good financial position as you know, we had some financial changes last year with the economy and other matters, but we are still in good shape. Almost all the departments were within approved budget ranges, other than data processing, which we have addressed in this year's budget. And if there's any questions and things specific, I'm going to answer them for you. And if you take consideration of the recommendations I can make in the report and provide motions for those so that I can prepare resolutions for the next meeting.
We have to wait till April to make any adjustments in the budget.
That's why we're making.
So it's March, sorry.
I'm giving it to you ahead of time so that if I can have everything ready for you. I think that's how we structured everything.
I know, I'm just like, forget it. You know what I mean.
But these are figures that were audited. These are the changes our auditors have made, and our required DCED filings have been posted on the DCED website, and the advertising has been put in place.
Well, my only concern is there's $500,000 allocated to the baseball field on Easton Road, and I'm very concerned. My earlier comments were that now we're putting this baseball field in the middle of possibly who knows what.
I think we need to look at that because there's been some representations by some of the audience that we don't even own, which is news to us. So I think we have to first investigate whether or not the township owns the property or leases the property. Obviously, we lease it, we don't own it.
Spend $500,000.
Not necessarily.
Well, I'm glad I brought that up. Well, hopefully,
We should still look at it to confirm.
There was one more thing. I guess there's funding to the libraries was under budget. Did that include the legal fees?
legal has to be legal.
Legal has to be legal. I'm not happy about that. Let's see. I learned how to highlight with this new, I don't even know if I highlighted, but it doesn't save it, so you have to save it as a document. One more, I thought I had. No, I think this is, my question was in the financial report at the end of the agenda. Not in this one. Okay, thank you.
So these are the numbers from last year. So what we are requesting council is to advise me to draft a resolution for the next meeting, is to move the funding for the Steel City Road project and the ball field to respective capital funds. And the rest of the additional revenue, we can move to our operating reserve fund. Unless council has any other projects that we wish to look at. And the other item was to classify the American Recovery Relief Funding to expenses that we've already budgeted for and incurred, that way we can just move that to our capital fund. And I can do the proper filings in April.
So, motion to reallocate as well?
Yeah, with the recommendation.
Recommendation from those resolutions.
Yeah, I'll make the motion for Kathy to move the resolution with regard to these recommendations.
I'll second.
Thanks.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carecci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
I'm gonna vote yes, but we just talked about the 500,000 that's in this motion.
Yeah, if we move it and we don't, we decide that we can't do it, we can move it out.
Would we have an update on the next agenda?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right, next up is the resolution 34-2023, creating a temporary fire services capital plan subcommittee. Subcommittee of the Fire Services Committee to review the capital assets of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and make recommendations to council in the form of long-term strategic plan. Tom, you're the liaison to Fire Services. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I don't know if, Scott, Creasha, and Ty Johnson are still there.
They are. They are here.
If they want to come to the table, but we can talk a little bit that, Fire Services basically decided that, we need to do some 5-10 year planning for equipment, firehouses, the level of volunteers and funding. And we wanted to have some community input there with some people with some expertise. So it was, obviously the volunteer firefighters, myself as liaison, and we wanted to keep it small. We community Dave Spurt, because he's a builder and understands a little bit about our firehouses that are 80 years old, some older, what that's going to need. And then the two names that didn't make it in for the Friday agenda that are the other public are Tom Barn has agreed to be on this fire services subcommittee, as well as Donna Lauer from Steel City. And I wanted somebody from Steel City because of all the transition in the past year. So Scott and Ty, I'll let you talk a little bit about it, and if you want, what you see the committee doing, and then the types of recommendations they make to council.
Okay, sounds good. So if everybody doesn't know me, my name is Scott Creasha. I'm the president of the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. The idea of this committee, like Tom said, is basically look at fire services as a whole for a 5 and a 10-year plan. See where we have issues with buildings, apparatus, manpower, finances, everything, and then try to come up with some kind of comprehensive plan that we can use to kind of steer the fire services into the direction, into a positive direction. And a little bit about the fire company, if you guys don't know, our merger is complete with Steel City. That's a done deal now.
Congratulations again.
Thank you, thank you. It was quite a process, but it's good. And when I started in the fire company, it was 1990, it was many years ago. And we ran about 100 calls a year. I ran at Lightsville. And if we actually hit 100 calls, we got pizza. That was a big thing at Lightsville. That usually happened in December. Now we're running in excess of almost 800 calls a year.
It's a lot of pizza.
It's a lot of calls. Yeah, it's a lot of pizza too. It's a lot of calls. It's a lot of man hours. It's a lot of staffing. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And that's why we decided to talk to fire services and try to put some committee together that we can steer ourselves, towards, a goal in the future, serving the community. So I'll turn it over to Chief Johnson.
Hi, Ty Johnson, Fire Chief, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue.
One thing that I would like to add to that is, with the apparatuses, and this, having this committee would be, possibly if we have to downsize the fleet, what kind of apparatus we need to meet the needs of the community. There is an apparatus study that was done several years ago, that we're gonna revisit to see, if some of those specialty pieces of apparatus that were recommended in there, if we truly do need them, and start working, towards purchasing the proper equipment that we need. I mean, we're set up pretty good now with what we have. We could probably trim it down a little bit, but that's part of what we're going to study here.
The goal would be to come back to council in the fall with at least some preliminary recommendations, and then hopefully by the end of the year, kind of have a final report to council, and see what goes. I think it'd be a good thing for future councils to have too, as to what the thinking was and all that. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve of this subcommittee so that we can all get to work.
I'll second that, but I have a question. Ty, how long ago was that study done?
What was that?
5 years ago?
I think it was,
16?
yeah, I wouldn't say it was 16 or 17.
Okay, prior to that, when you weren't all together yet, you guys did come up with plans, and that's how we paid for equipment. You all had to agree to a piece of equipment, and that kind of stopped there for a while. So I'm glad to see you're looking at that again, because that's fiduciary responsibility, and I think you need to show us why you need something and how it's going to benefit the community then. So, we can support it then.
Yes.
So I'm glad you're doing this, because I've asked and you didn't have one before, so I'm glad it's happening.
Just to be clear, this isn't just fire apparatus assets, these are all assets of the fire department.
Correct, yeah, I'm just speaking on the portion of operations.
No, it's,
Right, which I think makes sense.
Right. Yeah, we definitely have aging firehouses, and there again too, do we need more, do we need less? I don't know, are they in the right spots?
And given the location, the location of these has changed over the past 8 years. Not the location of the firehouses, but the where the residents live, and where businesses are have changed. So everything's going to be looked at, and we'll come up with some recommendations.
and then we'll have that for the budget, prior to the budget.
Well, at least preliminary ones for the budget. Yeah, we'll have the final report by the end of the year.
That's great.
All right, any other questions?
Ms. Scherger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Engels?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry to wait so long.
Next up is Resolution 35-2023, appointing special fire police. Resolution 35-23 is being prepared, appointing special fire police for both Saucon Fire Rescue. Any questions about fire rescue individuals that are identified in this resolution? All right. I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 35-2023, appointing special fire police.
Second.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Tom, you there?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Scherger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up is the Community Pool 2023 reimbursement program, discussion and action on the 2023 nonprofit pool reimbursement program for residents. Want to get that?
Yeah, so in the budget, in the fall, we passed that we would pay $75 for a seasonal pool pass. Diving a little deeper into this, there's different seasonal pool passes. So we have an individual youth, an individual adult, an individual senior, and an individual family. So the staff is recommending that we set limits on all of those. So individual youth would receive a $35 rebate or reimbursement. Individual adult would receive $45. Individual senior would receive $55, and a family pass would receive $75. and it's closely resembles what happened in 2022.
And Mark, I have a question. Why is the individual adult at 45 and the individual senior at 55? Isn't usually seniors less expensive than individual adults?
The prices that we,
I know it was last year. I know we copied from last year. I didn't catch it last year.
well, we didn't do this last year.
Where did I see, where did I see the 2022 rates?
So that's in the pool rates that I showed you on the second page.
Okay. I know I saw 2022.
Yeah.
So can we reverse that and have seniors pay less than an individual adult? I mean, isn't that the way it works? Not that I'm gonna be.
No, I think it's the reimbursement.
The senior is gonna pay, they're gonna get paid 55.
The seniors are getting
The
more.
senior's gonna get 55 back, the adult's gonna
Sorry,
get
I
45
reversed
back.
it. Okay, good.
So, were you advocating to cut funding for seniors? or-
No, I wasn't. I just
Okay.
misread it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a senior, so I misread it.
All right, any questions from council? All right, I'll make the motion to approve the proposed pool reimbursements that are provided in the Township Manager memo of March 14, 2023.
I'll second it.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Angles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up is Resolution 36-2023, addition of an open space committee. This is discussion and possible action on adding an open space committee. Tom, do you want to take this as you're the liaison to EAC? And
Yes. Basically, I think start a committee that just focuses on open space. We have about $9 to $10 million in our open space fund. I'd like this committee to be proactive in soliciting possible landowners for open space, certain pieces of property, and to be focused on that. Right now, it's kind of a subcommittee within EAC. EAC is doing a lot of good work. They're really doing a lot of good work with electronic recycling events. Hopefully a native plant sale this spring, road cleanup, and they're going to sponsor a rain barrel, build your own rain barrel event on May 5th at Tigersville Hall. And it's great with EAC that does that, but I think we need to be more proactive with the money in the open space fund and have a group that focuses on that solely.
Tom, I know with regard to the individuals that are currently on the EAC, there's been a number of individuals who have physical limitations who have been unable to go out and physically walk the properties that are being proposed. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, there were a couple, yeah, there were a couple, but, yeah.
Are they still on the board?
Johnson, so they
Yeah.
switched. He's not.
This is something that the EAC should be doing, and they did the scorecard and they go out to the properties. I just think that we have an active EAC and.
They are active, and you'll get a scorecard from the open space committee too. And it allows more people to participate as well. We have, EAC is actually really never had a lack of members. We actually have associate members of EAC, which in other committees we don't. We don't have associate members on planning, on zoning, or even like the water authority board. We don't have associate members. So there's plenty of interest. It gives more people opportunity to be involved. And it gives us a group that can really focus on open space.
Absolutely, I know all about the EAC because I was one of the ones that voted in favor of doing it and formed it at the transfer. So I know all about what the EAC is supposed to be doing and about the associate members.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion that we create an open space committee.
I'll second it.
And we move forward on actively soliciting open space.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're making a motion to approve resolution 36-2023, right, Tom?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what my second is.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, next we have the Planning Commission member appointment. We have a recommendation to appoint Jennifer Peters to fill the open position on the Planning Commission with a term ending on December 31, 2024.
Yeah, I'm on the planning commission, and I looked at her background, which is commercial real estate, which I think is as a member of planning for the past 7 years, is something we don't have on planning, and I think we could use on planning, just commercial real estate background.
All right, I'll make a
So I'll
motion.
make the motion to nominate her.
All right, I'll second the motion to appoint Jennifer Peters to the Planning Commission with a term ending December 31, 2024.
I don't have a resume in front of me.
Priscilla, she's a solid person.
I don't.
She's a good person.
That's fine, but I'd like to see it on paper. Mark, can you please provide resumes when you make recommendations for people?
Yep.
I would really like that.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
No, because I want a resume.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, Mark, I don't need to get the resumes, I trust your recommendations. Thanks.
Just trust Mark's resume.
All right, so next we have up is authorization to hire a police officer. An officer retired from the police department during the month of March, and township staff is requesting permission to fill this police officer's position. I think that speaks for itself. You want to add anything to it, Mark?
Nope, that's good.
All right, then I will make a motion to authorize township staff to fill the police officer's position.
I'll second that.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next we have easements with township residents for upcoming projects. The township has 2 upcoming projects that require us to enter residents' properties. The township staff has worked with the residents on easements for the projects to be completed. Those are outlined in Township Manager Mark Hudson's memo dated March 17, 2023 regarding Black River Road and Reading Drive easements and fees.
So to do the Black River Road project and the Reading Drive project, we're going to have to use a portion of residents' properties on both sides of these culverts. Black River Road is down to 1 lane with a stop sign, and it's weight restricted, so that's an important one. Buses can't go over that. So we're going to be giving some 8 evergreen trees to 1 resident. We need to rebuild 2 landscaping walls for 2 other residents on the downstream property. And then we also have to remove some shrubs. The residents asked that we try to save the shrubs and then replace them if they die. After they are replanted, we replace those shrubs once. That was all at the Black River Road project. On the Reading Drive project, we're actually going to have to install a temporary road for a resident's property at the top of the hill. So that resident, we made an offer if the council approves it, to pay them $10,000 for 5 weeks of the road, people driving through their yard, and then $1,000 for each additional week. We do not expect to be there for more than 5 weeks, but put the precaution in. Again, we will be sending residents through their yard right next to their pool. So the resident is being very cooperative. And then we're taking a good portion of another property and many live trees that we have to take down due to the swing of the crane to put the large concrete structure in. So that resident, we've agreed to, with the Borough Council, to replace 14 trees and provide them $1,000 to put the shrubs.
And this makes sense, it's necessary to get these projects done, so I'll make a motion to approve the proposed easements in the March 17, 2023 memo regarding Blackbird Road and Reading Drive.
I'll second.
We're still voting.
Okay.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up is the Police Department Syersville Hall building improvements. Mark, can you speak to this?
Yeah, so currently the police restroom empties right into the secretary's office, so that people have to walk into her chair basically, so they can get out of the restroom. So we're looking to move the wall, move the door to the hallway area of the police station. That's going to replace a double door and a small cabinet, so it actually make the bathroom a little larger also. And then we are going to reuse that door and put it in the basement of Syersville Hall. Currently, the basement of Syersville Hall, there's nothing down there, but it's accessible by the public. So we'd like to put the double door down there to secure the basement, and then also begin to help try to dry out the basement since we'll have a closed area. And the water does run through that as it's an old property. So it'll be two projects in one. We got 3 quotes. The lowest quote was from Chesky Construction. It's $7,150.
And I just have to say, Tom, I've never heard this story before.
I'll make a motion to.
I'm speaking, if you don't mind.
I didn't realize you're speaking.
I said to Tom, I didn't realize that this was happening, and I was here when we built this building, and no one ever said that, and I apologize.
Well, she doesn't have an enclosed office, but the door comes right out to the work area, and we have it blocked off, and out of respect for privacy, it's something that I wanted to do for a long time.
Right, and when this, and we hired good designers for this building, and I remember one of our employees was walking down the hall, and they were putting the door on the men's room here, and the urinal was exposed, so they had to switch the door around. Yes, true story. So I apologize for that, and I'm glad we're doing it. Thank you, Mark.
You done?
Yes, I am done. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the quote from Malakowski Construction to provide improvements to the police department Syersville Hall in the amount of $7,150.
Second.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next we have the Saucon Overlook Development Recreation Fee Recommendation.
The Park Board recommended that the Saucon Overlook Development Recreation Fee in the amount of $36,410 go to Polk Valley Park.
Any comments from council?
No, I move to make a motion to allocate that the amount of $36,410 from the Saucon Valley Overlook Rec fee to Polk Valley Park. Second it.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can we do the drum roll for the next agenda item? This has been long and
Oh, okay.
time. Oh, yeah.
Next we have a letter of support for Bethlehem Trail Gap grant request. Mark?
We got a letter from the city of Bethlehem. They are going to be submitting a grant, a BCNR grant, to close the gap between the Bethlehem Greenway Trail and the Saucon Valley Trail. So they're just looking for a letter of support for their grant application.
It's not
There's a
final
sample.
yet, right? It's still
No,
just a grant, but.
Yeah, there's a sample letter of support that they provided that if the council approves, we will put on our letterhead and such.
I'll move to support this and have you send a letter.
It's, yeah, this has been a long time
Oh,
coming.
my God.
And I think, we should think that DCNR would really approve this and give them the money because it's a multi-municipal type of project, so they're usually very supportive of it.
Good, we don't have the partnership because we could have had another letter
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Sugar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Of course, yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, next up, we have Resolution 37-2023, intergovernmental cooperation and tax allocation agreement with City of Bethlehem, corner of Lakeview Street and Benner Avenue.
We spoke about this at the last meeting, and Link worked with their solicitor and drew up a resolution and an agreement to give the property to the City of Bethlehem.
This is that, right, this is that property that's partially in Lower Saucon, partially in the City of Bethlehem. And we agree that the City of Bethlehem would collect the taxes and provide all the services. So this is the agreement and resolution that make that happen.
I don't have any questions. I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 37-2023, intergovernmental cooperation and tax allocation agreement with the City of Bethlehem for the property at the corner of Lakeview Street and Benner Avenue.
I'll second it.
Ms. Sugar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up, we have approval of the January 18, 2023 council minutes.
Virginia, I'm glad you added my little ending phrase to my last sentence. You listened to the tape, and it was in there like I said it was. So the minutes now reflect what was said. And I'll make a motion to approve the January 18th, 2023 minutes.
So just that I'm clear here, Mark, this is in our packet as to what we're approving, correct?
Yep, the yellow was added.
Yeah, the yellow was added, and this would be on page 20, lines 32 to 55, and page 21, lines 1 to 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Second, anyone? Sandy, Mark?
Oh, I'll second
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
it. Yes.
Ms. Sugar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up, we have approval of the February 15, 2023 council minutes. I have an edit.
Go ahead.
This is on page... Give me 1 second, please. So this is on page 19 of 22. This was when Mr. Croce was offering his council report. This is at line 34, and I had gavelled, and I said, Ms. Witchin, I think I said, Ms. Witchin, you're not being recognized. And then it went on and said, Ms. Witchin, don't give me the finger. Please conduct yourself appropriate here. If you can't do that, please leave, ma'am. So I would like the minutes to reflect that I believe I did not say ma'am the first two, and I actually identified the person who was giving me the finger.
Well, shouldn't we listen to the tape like you did when I asked to have something added? We had to listen to the tape.
We don't have to listen to the tape. You requested to listen to the tape.
Listen to the tape. Don't do things the same.
So I would request that edit.
I'll second it.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Sugar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. And next we have approval of the February 2023 financial reports.
I have a question. Sure. On page February 28th, I guess 28 days, you've already spent $102, $102,745.52. That is 48.65% of the budget. And it's not even 2 months, it's 2 months of the year, leaving a balance of $108,434.48. That is under law, so that is both the solicitor and the special solicitor. Is there any way you can break that up?
And the zoning.
Oh, and the zoning solicitor. Could you please give me the 3 separate totals for that? Okay, thank you. That's all I have. And there's no way to break it up in the future, like to put like 3 different line items, or is that too?
It would end up being with every account, so, or you'll end up having,
I
but I can provide that for you.
Okay, that'd be great.
Sure.
I'll make a motion to approve the February 2023 financial reports.
I'll second it.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Sugar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next up is the township manager reports. Mark?
Yeah, we had an associate member of the Environmental Advisory Council resign, so we're looking for a new associate member. If anyone knows someone who would like to volunteer for the EAC, please have them reach out to me. Currently have 1 application submitted, and we did put an ad out on Facebook in constant contact. I'm very happy to announce that the township received a notice that we were awarded $200,000 for a grant through the local share account statewide program to replace the playground in Town Hall Park. It's very exciting news and look forward to working to replace that playground. The Heller Homestead barn ruins we talked about, I want to say in February. They were cleaned up in the area of the arch. This township staff with the Saucon Valley Conservancy will meet with the mason to discuss the stone arch and the wall in the near future. Stacy will find a couple photos. I'll keep going.
I'm looking.
And then Tom had mentioned it with the EAC, and I'm sure he'll mention it again, but the Lower Saucon Township is joining with Upper Saucon Township to host 2 electronic recycling events this year. The EAC facilitated this. The first will be held on Saturday, April 22nd in Upper Saucon Township at the Hopewell Park at 4695 West Hopewell Road. So this is right next to the Hopewell School in Center Valley, PA. And, as everyone has mentioned again, the audio-visual installation is scheduled to begin on March 28th.
I cannot find the picture. I was gonna
I'm
show
sorry. I couldn't resist.
That's all I have.
Can you say that one more time?
28th.
Yay, thank you.
All right, council reports. Mark?
I just suggest anybody that has any interest in the Heller Homestead, take a drive by. They did a great job cleaning it all up. I think now we have a better visual of what we can work with and what our options might be. Unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna be great, but at least we have some options now to look at. And I think Mark's gonna set up some meetings over there to go over what some other people might think. So that was productive, actually. They did a great job. Took them about a day and a half.
One of the questions you had was what was under the debris field? Is there a pad?
Fortunately, it was just, well, I don't know if it's fortunate or not, it's dirt.
Okay.
So there's no structure to it, which is, and the back walls are crumbling, the side walls are crumbling. The arch looks stable, but I've heard some negative comments on that as well. I don't think there's any footers underneath, so that's gonna have to be addressed. Actually, it was right here.
Well, you gotta see right there.
There. That was the starting of it, when we started to get rid of some of the stuff. And that's pretty much it all cleaned up.
That's great.
And like I said, unfortunately, the walls are somewhat crumbly. Like you wouldn't want to stand on them. You can almost pull them apart with your hand. So we're gonna have to look at that, but at least now we can walk in there and see what we have. And that went well though, they did a nice job.
Just to be clear, we want to discourage people from crossing the fence then, obviously, right?
It's all locked up.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, anything else, Mark?
No, I'm good.
Sandy?
No, just that, check the emails, or, excuse me, check the website. The EAC has a lot of environmental education programs planned, so do check it out. Besides rain barrels, there's a bunch of other things going on this spring, so.
That will be sent out, constant contact, and Facebook is.
Sounds great, thanks, Sandy.
Yep.
All right, so I attended the pension committee meeting. We had a quarterly meeting on March 8th. Obviously, we're paying close attention to our finances and our pension funding and obligations. There's a lot of bad news that came out of that meeting. The S&P has been down 18.1%. It's the worst that it's been since 2008. The Russell Index was down 20.44. Only energy was up, and that was just marginally. Interest rates went up 7 times in 2022. The bond fixed income market is horrible. It's at its worst level in history. It went down 13%. Inflation was at a 4-year high, still historically high. They described inflation in particular with regard to food and housing as stubborn. Corporate earnings are beginning to drop. Rates are going to continue to go up. And this was all before the multiple bank failures that occurred in the past 2 weeks. Volatility is at a high. The largest drop in any single day was 25%, well below the historical averages. Bonds are just as volatile. There was a slight rally in October 2022, but that's pulled back since. Lower Saucon Township's portfolio in 2022 was down 13.13%, which actually held up well compared to the market itself. It's up slightly in 2023. We remain very well diversified. Our filings have been submitted and done on time. Notices have gone out to the former employees with regard to their pensions. Monies were deposited, monies have been drawn out. We have not done a pension audit in a while, and there's plans to have a pension audit done, and the results we should have by June. There were no COLAs for the officers. Most of them were at 30% max. There's one retired public works person who is eligible for the pension, and there are 2 new public works hires. There was also one retirement that was pending, and the next meeting will take place in June. I'd like to update people on our right to know request. Lincoln, you may speak to this as well. So we submitted a right to know request to the Hellertown Library, and we recall that the Office of Open Records determined that the Hellertown Library should turn over information to us. Since then, there have been 3 other individual citizens, private citizens, who have submitted a right to know request to the Hellertown Library. Hellertown Library refused to respond. Office of Open Records issued 3 legal opinions. One is 14 pages long, the other one is 4 pages long, and the third one, I believe, is 13 pages long. The information that those individuals were pursuing, according to their requests, were information concerning library members ordering personal books and using a library discount, private citizens obtaining library discounts, and the Office of Open Records found in that matter that the Hellertown Borough exercised financial and governmental control of the Hellertown Area Library to make it a similar governmental entity subject to right to know request laws. There's a second opinion that's 4 pages long. That one concerns a request from the citizen seeking emails between the library director and the library board during a 10-day period in January of 2023. There's a third opinion, it's 13 pages long, that addresses another citizen's request for emails between the library director and board during the month of January 2023. Interestingly, I believe that the library has appealed each one of those private citizens' right to know requests just as they appealed ours, and they've sought a decision from the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas. So that information remains untransparent to us and to these citizens, and I expect that those matters before the Court of Common Pleas will proceed, and hopefully the court agrees with the legal opinions, the scholarly legal opinions that were issued by the Office of Open Records. One other item with regard to the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, there is some media reporting that Northampton County is discussing leaving the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. That just reinforces that we, as a township council, should not cede our local authority to a group of unelected political appointees. The reasons that Northampton County is considering leaving appear to be varied. I would suggest that our township engineer, manager, and solicitor monitor that situation, because I know that parts of our ordinance are tied to the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, and if we're submitting things to the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, and if that Northampton County secedes or leaves the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, we may need to address those portions of our ordinances that call into action some part of the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. And that's all I have. Your turn, Tom. Go ahead.
So let me understand this. The Hellertown Library is using library funds to appeal a bad ruling against them on a right to know.
Sounds right. That sounds right.
They're using library funds for that. Now, Lincoln, we haven't appealed when we've always met on right to know deadlines and turned it over, right, as a township?
Yeah, I can't think of one. I can't think of a situation where someone appealed a right to know request that was filed before us off.
Yes.
There might have been, I gotta go back. There might have been one about a criminal, somebody asked for the criminal record or something. They might have appealed that, but they weren't entitled to that. But no, all the other ones, we give them all the information.
What was the nature of those things? What are they trying to hide here? They're all praying on Ken Salt. What were the nature of those allegations?
Yeah, generally speaking, from what I could gather, Tom, the first one, which was the 14-page opinion, addressed, seemed to question the sale of books at a discount either to library members or non-members. The second one seemed to request, very specifically, emails between the library director and board during a 10-day period during January 2023. And the third one requested emails again from the library director and board during the 30-day or 31-day period of January 2023. It seems like those individuals have some information that they're specifically looking for. What it is, we don't know yet, but hopefully we will know.
It's telling that they're appealing the decision to turn those over, like, there's something there. Or why would you appeal? It's my thought, but I could be wrong.
And I believe it's on one of those situations. I think there was actually an affidavit that was submitted by Kathy Hartgraft, who is the Hellertown Borough manager, seeking to distance Hellertown Borough from the Hellertown Library. But again, the Office of Open Records legal opinions that were issued by their attorneys who make these decisions found that the Hellertown Library is a similar governmental entity because of the level of control that Hellertown Borough exerts over it.
How many library cards, Kathy, have we issued now?
I don't have that actual figure, I apologize, but it's close to 200.
Okay. More approximately 3,100 people they said were using the library when you tried to ship money. All right, on my report, the EAC is kind of sponsoring a Build Your Own Rain Barrel on May 5th at Sodersville Hall. The registration is limited, the space is limited, so you can register by May 1st. And Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, they said that they can only do 25 kits, right? 25 rain barrel kits?
That's usually what they can handle at a given time, yes.
And then what was the cost? Was it $35 or was it $45?
I believe it was 35.
I believe it's 35 too. I'd like to see, council, I don't know if we can do it tonight, but to basically, pay for those 25 kits for our residents, and then we make sure that the people coming to Build a Rain Barrel are residents. And, I think that's about $850 or something like that, if I'm doing the math right. I think it'd be a nice thing for the township to kind of sponsor if the rest of the council's inclined to do that. It'd be just a maximum of 25 at about $35 a kid.
So what do you do, first 25 people that sign up?
Yeah, residents, they have to be residents of Lower Saucon Township, the first 20. It's limited to 25 no matter what, whether we refund it or not.
We can bring that back in April.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, definitely.
All right, we'll bring it back in April. The deadline to register is May 1st, so I guess we'll bring it back in. I'd like to get that on the agenda for April.
Okay.
All right, that's all.
Thanks, Tom. Priscilla?
Yes, hi. We heard a lot tonight, issues regarding the city of Bethlehem with their LB, whatever, Majestic Realty, the Part 7, whatever it's called. So, Mark, could you please get in touch with the city and maybe set up a meeting where we can address some of these issues? Years ago, we had a problem with a company called MFS, which, I forget what you remember, Tom, what MFS was for? Manufacturing, fiber,
Mineral fiber.
something, mineral fibers, yeah. Well, anyway, and it was just terrible, and they ended up knocking it down. DEP got involved, and anyway, but you were taking notes. We need to address those problems ASAP. So I'm concerned about that. Link, could you update us on your letter to the Southern Lehigh Library, dated March 20th?
Dave, you have it.
Well, do you want to just tell the residents? Yeah, you want to borrow it for a second?
No, it was really the council. I mean, we're continuing discussions with the Southern Lehigh Library. Their attorney sent me a letter, making a proposal. I distributed that letter to council for council's consideration, and I sent a letter back asking a bunch of questions.
Well, when you send it to us for our consideration, we have to vote on this somewhere, and this isn't in litigation. So in order to vote on it, we have to do it at a public meeting. So how would we consider it if it wasn't in a public meeting?
I didn't say you could consider it not at a public meeting.
I didn't say, I know, I didn't say you did. I just said we need to talk, we need to, didn't you just say you wanted to see what we said about this letter?
I'm lost. What did you say? No, hold on, I didn't understand. What did you say that you're accused of not saying?
I'm not accusing, we're not friendly here.
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
the enemy.
I'm not understanding where we are, what you're talking about.
I said I distributed the letter that the Southern Lehigh Library's attorney sent to me to the Township Council for their consideration.
Right.
Thank you.
And I said.
Say that anybody made a decision.
Yeah, well, I wanted to know how I could consider it, and was I supposed to call you?
You could if you want.
I know, but you can't make decisions behind the
Nobody
scenes.
made a decision.
I didn't say you did, I'm just saying that I wanted to, I didn't know what you wanted us to do.
Wanted you to look at it.
I did.
I assume that's what they wanted me to do with it, was give it to you to look at.
Okay, well, I guess we're going nowhere on this. So I'll move on to my next item. Today I attended the hearing for the conditional use, and this is not about the conditional use hearing. I know I'm not allowed to talk about that. This is on the northern realignment. Okay, they were talking about that. And it was brought up, and I would like you, Mark, if you can confirm with DEP that the plans the township has in your possession, and that was presented to the zoning hearing board, the ones that they approved are the plans that are currently before the DEP. Because residents have found maps, and I don't have the numbers to the maps, I can get that information to you, that show a berm, and there's grade and a slope, and it supposedly isn't on the township's plans. Like when you go on the website and click on northern thing, it's not there, but DEP has it. So how did that happen? And I want to know if it's correct. So, because that's. Oh, okay. Okay, so that has to be addressed. I also phoned in several odor complaints in the past few weeks. DEP says there's an issue from the Red Barn down to the storage unit with horrific odors. on Apple Butter Road. And the BLC is cooperating with DEP, trying to address it, but as of a couple days ago, it's still smelling. So I wanted to report on that. I went to the Hellertown Lower Saucon meeting on Tuesday, and on March 28th, which I believe is coming up Tuesday, joined the chamber for a networking mixer at DRIP, the Flavor Lab. We're thrilled to hold this event and are asking attendees to support the scholarship fund that they do every year, which benefits students at Saucon Valley schools. And you go on the Hellertown Lower Saucon Chamber's Facebook page, there's information there. Or you can donate at the door when you arrive. Have a student that's interested in applying for this scholarship, please send a message to us and get connected for more information. Unfortunately, our junior council members not here. But anyway, and then...
Can I ask you a question about that? Does that scholarship benefit only Saucon Valley School District students or any student who lives within Hellertown or Lower Saucon
I'm
Township?
not sure, I'd have to check. I think that they put they circulate it to the schools in addition to Saucon Valley, the other schools. I don't have checked.
I'd be interested in learning about that.
Okay, I'll find out.
Thank you.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
I think that concludes the council reports. Our junior council member indicated they had to leave earlier because it's school night, and we now have these solicitors report.
I don't have anything additional.
Okay, our engineer is left. We have public comment on non-agenda items, residents and taxpayers only, 3-minute time limit. First name on the list is Bob Blasco. Bob Blasco. Okay, Blasco is not here. The next name on the list is Jackie Palumbo. Jackie Palumbo.
Hi, Jackie Palumbo, 2566 Kings Mill Road. I'm just here to remind us of a couple of things. The first thing I'd like to remind us of is, what is democracy in simple words? The word democracy comes from Greek words demos, meaning people, and kratos, meaning power. So democracy can be thought of as power of the people, a way of governing which depends on the will of the people. There's a gentleman named Abraham Lincoln. You may have heard of him. He was a Republican, believe it or not. According to Abraham Lincoln, democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. He was the 16th president. What is the role of town council? Local councils work towards improving community, well-being, and providing better services. Their activities fall into 3 main categories: representing the local community, delivering services to meet local needs, striving to improve quality of life, and community well-being. That's your job. What makes a good local council? To represent the views, beliefs, and priorities of their community while serving in the community's best interests. That's us. And there has been a question that I've been asking you time and time again: why is garbage good for me?
Well, I can't hear you. What?
Why is garbage good for me? So I looked it up. It says that human waste, the waste humans generate, has been detrimental to our environment for quite some time now. Humans are generating too much trash and cannot deal with it in a sustainable way. Waste that is not biodegradable and cannot be properly recycled is filling our oceans and landfills. And this is what you want to bring to us. So by these definitions, I cannot see how you're doing your job, because this will not increase our quality of life at all. It's not going to increase anything for us. Apparently it's increasing something for you. Yes, I got 46 seconds left. So I'm not sure why you're doing this, because you have all these people here and nobody wants this. Nobody wants this but you. And as far as I know, it's still the United States of America. Not the United Corporations, not yet. The United States by the people, for the people. We are the people. You're supposed to be helping us, not them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Frank Palumbo. What's on?
I didn't hear Tom.
The United States is a constitutional republic.
That is correct. Thank you, Tom.
Still didn't hear what you said.
He said the United States is a constitutional republic.
Which is
He's correct.
Go ahead.
I'm having a little bit of deja vu here. Tonight again, I heard a lot of the citizens of this township again opposing a lot of what you guys just approved tonight. And as my wife just said, what are you guys working for? You seem very risk averse when it comes to lawsuits, yet we're up to our eyeballs in lawsuits today with Hellertown Borough. And myself, and some others right here in this room. So we don't seem to be risk adverse to lawsuits that concern the citizens. We are very risk adverse when it comes to corporations or developers. And tonight was just another example of that. So again, I ask, who do you guys work for? The people that voted you in? Or the corporations and the developers? Because it's not very clear to me that it's for us. It's clearly for some corporations, developers, and it don't, for sure. So, my next question, and I know Mr. Treadwell won't answer it, is how many lawsuits have townships encountered because they didn't have the proper zoning? Is that something that you can answer or no? Because it seems like that's the quote you come up with all the time, or Mr. Padonis, that we're worried about lawsuits because we don't have the proper zoning here. Do we know the statistic?
Numerous. No, can I count them all?
So it's a fact that townships are sued because they don't have proper zoning, that
Yes.
developers could come in.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
And we were always told that we were pretty good. I was always, I remember that anyway.
But I still fail to see how townships even sued, because if the township doesn't have the land to develop for whatever purposes that developer may want, they could just go and sue. Let's say Bethel Landfill wants to put a dump in the middle of Lower Saucon where you live.
Every municipality in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has to zone for all uses. So let's say
But what happens when the uses are used up?
there's a municipality that doesn't have a space where you can put a landfill. A landfill could go into that municipality and file a substantive validity challenge and get to put a landfill where it wants because the township didn't have a place for a landfill. That's how it works.
Okay.
No,
Well, thanks
Mrs.
for
Bush,
explaining
you
that.
can explain to me why that's not true then.
I will explain to you why, because if you are part of a multi-municipality agreement, you can actually zone multiple municipalities to cover all of those required usages so that you can account for them and also keep them out of the space that you don't want to have them in. And I would suggest you go out and talk to the people in Upper Nazareth, if you go talk to the people down in Lower and Upper Mac, if you go talk to the people out in Lowville Township, they have all taken advantage of that planning possibility that is available to really forward-thinking municipalities. We have not.
You are absolutely correct, that if there is a multi-municipal zoning ordinance, that is true, that zoning challenge would apply to all of the municipalities in there. That is not the example I was giving. So your example is different than the one that I was explaining. However, you are correct, that if you have multi-municipal zoning, you can. Lower Saucon Township does not have multi-municipal zoning. Not every municipality in Pennsylvania has multi-municipal zoning. In fact, there are fewer that don't have it than there are that have it.
We have a multi-municipal comp plan.
Yeah,
But at
but
the
you don't have a
time-
joint zoning.
No, because Heller, we didn't want to do that.
Well, take it away from the gentleman's time.
Well, he
I
said I
wasn't
was
going to answer his question, I answered it.
Okay, well, thanks for explaining that to me, because it seems like this township is very risk adverse in that regard, and we want to rezone things to benefit somebody, and obviously this township, this council doesn't want to say what it is if they know. I don't know either. But you guys just don't seem, from the public's perception, to be working for the public, because the public is here all the time and expressing their concerns about what's not right about the proposals, but yet you just completely ignore every single thing every person says. Just go ahead and do what the hell you want anyway. So I don't even know why we have this 3-minute or any opinion, because you guys already made
May I
this.
ask 1 second?
Yes. I talk to a lot of people, and they don't disagree with us. You guys may, I understand that. But
They
there's
don't
a lot of
disagree
people
about what? The dump?
disagree with everything you're accusing us of. But there are a lot of people I talk to
accusing-
every single day that don't disagree with us. Unfortunately, we talk to a lot of people, they just don't come here. That's not a lie, I'm sorry, I don't know what you want me to say. Do you think you're the only
Okay, so let me
people
just
with
put
an
a dump,
opinion?
let's use the dump as the example. The entire Lehigh Valley, St. Luke's,
St. Luke's uses the
Easton,
dump.
Hellertown, Bethlehem Township.
They all use it.
They don't want the dump, but yet
That's
you
not the
guys.
whole Lehigh Valley, sir. You've identified 3 municipalities and 1 hospital.
How many more people do you need?
At the current dump.
I can't hear what you
You
just
said some of those municipalities actually dump their garbage at.
Yeah, well, good for them. The dump has been there for 80 years. They're proposing another 30 years.
Isn't it a bit contradictory for them to take a position against the dump, but yet to allow their residents to submit their trash to the dump?
Most of the garbage that goes there isn't from this area anyway. It's over 60% comes from outside of the area. All right, my final thoughts. You guys are just not working for us. And election time comes around pretty quick. Sayonara.
Okay, thank you, sir. Laura Ray.
Okay, Laura Ray. I had a couple topics I wanted to talk about. Mainly it was the library, but I don't know. I really don't appreciate the disparaging remarks and the implications that you're saying regarding the library. The count's
And
always
what
on
was
the library
disparaging about what I said
cards.
about the library? I identified right to know requests
The
and
counts
contents.
that were given were, there were only 200 reimbursements, but you don't look at the number of cards that actually is. So there's well over 500 library cards that have been issued in the 2 months that they've been available. So compared to what's at Southern Lehigh, they're almost at 100. So obviously a whole lot more people use our local library than Southern Lehigh. Again, learned a lot by watching the Southern Lehigh School Board meeting where we were on the agenda regarding library. And then also last night, the meeting at the Southern Lehigh Public Library. And, you know, trying to force ourselves on them with a long-term agreement when, you know, never mind the month-to-month, that somehow went out the window. Now we want a long-term agreement, and it doesn't make any sense. What I find kind of interesting is that this year and last year both, we had a survey sent out where you're very interested in learning what movies in the park that people want to listen to. I think that's the only thing you ask from the public and take input on, is what movie we should have in the park. It's like, what about some of these other things that are very important and have impacts? That's where you should be polling the public and getting information. So that's bothersome. And another thing tonight, a lot of people, I've heard several people mention that they weren't properly notified about all the different zoning things here. So I don't know who checks up on that, but especially the people by name that said that, that should be checked and verified. I mean, they do get certified notification for a zoning change. That's next to them, I would assume. That should be checked. If they're not properly notified, then...
No, they get mail letters. That's a requirement, mail letters to all the people who
I
are
know,
within the
but who
area.
verifies that that actually happened? Because several
And it's
people
advertised
said
in
they
the
didn't.
meetings. We
It's advertised, Mark Hudson verified in his affidavit that it was mailed to all those people.
Okay, but
They might not be in the zone.
I
How
confirm.
close do they have to be? Signs were put up, correct?
Yeah, posted.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next is Kathy Pitchell-McGovern is next. Kathy Pitchell-McGovern. She goes to the left. She's not interested. Anne Marie Brown.
She's not interested. She's tired.
Oh, Ms. Brown, go ahead.
I
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Next, we have Bob McKellen. Bob McKellen here. Mr. McKellen. Nice to see you, sir.
Bob McKellen. Hey, I just put my name on the list because I was making notes on the way. I knew I was going to talk about something, and it was interesting tonight to find out, besides the original, I've been coming to meetings now for about 15, 16 months, and the library brought a ton of people out. They poured their hearts out for 4 hours, and you immediately snubbed their nose at it. After that, the landfill came in, and it was the same thing. Packed house, all the residents. I know everybody talks to Mark Inglis up there, so we don't know half of everybody in this.
Seriously, really? Sir, really? Let me caution. At the beginning of this meeting, stop. At the beginning of this meeting, I read to you what the conduct is supposed to be here. And now you're making disparaging, stop, sir, I'm not recognizing that. You're making disparaging remarks against a member of this council for no reason. All right? I want to be clear, and I made it clear at the beginning of this meeting. Now, we've been here for 3.5 hours, okay? It's been a long evening for all of us, including actually 4.5 hours, I'm sorry. It's been a long evening for all of us. Please refrain from making disparaging remarks against any member of this council. If it happens again, sir, I'm going to ask you to leave the council office.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry, extremes. Compost center, gone. The people now in Mount Pleasant Road, Spring Hill Road, Steel City, Easton Road are all upset. And come election day, I hope all of them remember where this all went, and they tell all their friends. Yard waste area, I didn't hear anything about that. Across from the track at the football stadium, just in time for home track meets and graduation in June. Very good. EAC becoming a high school ecology club. Losing the open space and landfill talk at meetings is just not right. You know, rain barrels and plant sales, that's fine, but they could be doing that at an ecology club at high school. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Next is Dave Delang.
Boy, it's a long night. I'm Dave Lulan, 2023 Alice Drive, and I really wasn't going to say anything, but I'm glad I endured, okay? Because I'm the other guy that you don't get to hear from because of the political atmosphere we have going on here. I want to make a disclosure. I am not running for council. I'm not running for planning board. I'm not running for anything. I'm a taxpayer, and what I say is what my neighbors and I think, okay? And yes, I can name them and will name them, and I really wish when people on the council say, well, somebody sent me a letter, we know who it is. It's like the news media, okay? So that's something I'd like to, okay. So I too made a few notes here as we go along. Yeah, Hal is really right up at the list. It reminds me of 2001, the Space Odyssey, Hal. I hear 160,000 budgeted, and by goodness, there's only, I don't know, 300 people who have cards. Therefore, we saved $155,000, but we spent some money on litigation. Okay. So, gee, we didn't save that much. We only saved maybe, whatever, 20,000 this year. Going forward, yeah, we'll recognize that. And I'll tell you, if you have to sue somebody to get freedom of information, there's something to hide. And it really upset me when I heard that some of our council people were working with the other council, who now has been tied and is a controller of the library. Gee, that's sort of like, let me see, I've got insider information I'm going to share. All right, let's get back to the other things. The zoning is really touchy here because people that were up here and say they don't understand zoning, it's quite apparent they don't. And if anybody knows about things like Mount Laurel, okay, you'll find out that when you get sued, that's in the state of New Jersey, and I've been on a planning board for 10 or 15 years, and I went to Rutgers for 6 months, 2 nights a week, You're darn tootin'. Mount Laurel rolled in, and I can't tell you what it did to residences in all the towns in New Jersey. And if you think Pennsylvania wasn't listening, you're making a mistake. So where does the whatever empty zone come? Probably in result of that. All right, 20 seconds to go. All right, the other thing I'd ask is when you come to the council meeting on both sides, here and there, you come prepared, and I don't remember, doesn't cut it, and somebody said, but I don't remember. No, if you're gonna make statements, I'd really appreciate it. You have the integrity to say who, what, when, and where. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right, that concludes the non-agenda sign-up list. I believe that concludes our meeting as well. I will make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it. Go ahead.
All right.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Sugar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Canales, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Crouch, how do you vote? Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Motion passes. Have a good night.
Yeah, but always the minority. I have 10, 100, 1,000, more than minority.